light it up to the air, to the earth, to the atmosphere. Light it up, everything is right here. 'Cause I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. 'Cause I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. So many coins that I throw into me. I have waited forever, 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 forever for this, for this. 'Cause I have waited forever. I have waited forever. Just like this one, 'cause this one's not the same. So light it up to the air, to the earth, to the atmosphere. Light it up, everything is right here. 'Cause I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. 'Cause I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. So many coins that I throw into this. I have waited forever, forever, forever for this. I have waited forever.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I have finally rolled out of bed. Newbie, thank you for the 1 year. Welcome back. Welcome to the Cat Patch Club. In Shane's World, thank you for the 16 months.
Hi Mr. Boring Streamer Yawn.
Hello. Welcome back to this boring stream. Hello, Lika. Hello, Fear. Hello, Rage. Hello, Dylan. Hello, Tragus. Hello, Plasma. Hello, Doggo. Hello, Risk. Hello, Ryan. Hello, Neon Cat. Plasma. Fruits Punch. Quoth. Ruds. Grim. Hello, hello. Hi, Terry. Hi, Ayazakura. Hello, Souffle. Hello, Essence. Hello, Anti-Boy. Hello, Mala. Hello, Bonser. Hello, Metalius. Hello, Hugo. Hello, Arctorn. I'm saying my greetings. I'm saying my hellos. It is you, Rage. Hello, Rick. Hello, Draco. Hello, Basics. Hello, Nyko. Hello, Donnie. What do I want to listen to? Hello, Doangi. Hello, Shubi. Hello, Sheik. Hello, Iritis. Hello, Uptoa. Hello, Nightwolf. Hello, Feral. Hello, Roman. Hello, Sir Bon. Hello, Alenti. Hello, Dance. Hi, Jen. Echidna epilogue today? Yeah, I should probably knock that out. Get it done. I don't think it'll be very long. Most epilogues usually aren't. Let's see. Wow. Logged into Lost Ark. I feel like I haven't been on Lost Ark in forever. And by forever, I mean, I think like 3 days. Hi, Oni. Spec and crit, same DPS. It depends. It varies. In a vacuum, sure, it is stronger, but in real scenarios, that can often... Sometimes that's not the case. Circumstantial, I guess. They're both outrageously strong, and there's a reason why Kingfist took a bigger nerf than Shura, albeit it was barely a bigger nerf. Wow. That's a lot of rest. I mean, the only raid that I really cared about doing was Echidna, and that was done. And...
Hello.
The schedule for our group is the same as last week. It's the same as last week. Hasn't changed. But I thank you for the 21 months, meaning the next time our group is meeting up is on resets 2 a.m. It shows like it's really hard to bring DPS on. I think the con is the last raid where it can be a little annoying for Shura, and that's really only in Gate 1 and Gate 3 as you acclimate to it. Because if you're gonna be starting Shura Breaker and you're serious about it, the odds are you're going to raise it to a con level really, really quickly. And what that ultimately means is within your first week of playing the class, especially if you haven't played head attackers before, you're gonna be throwing it into a con like really quickly. And Gate 1 and Gate 3 have some sort of nasty patterns that can be annoying for Shura, people who are learning Shura. Because Gate 1 has super grabs. And Gate 3 has meter gen that will actually fill your meter through the 50% reduction. So, like the first week or two, it's like, sure, it'll be kind of annoying, but you get used to it. And then every raid after that is good for Shura. After a con. Like none of the gates and any gate and then any raid afterwards. So I wouldn't think too hard about it, to be honest. Oh my god, 0. All right, let me get to 70 today. I gotta get to 70 today. Full title thing for 21 months. Yeah, you can talk about getting hit by laser, but if you're brand new to the class, you're probably not gonna do that. I'm pretty good. Earlier I worked out legs at the gym, which is something I had been neglecting, and fuck, it made me so wobbly that I got nauseous. I couldn't finish the rest of my workout. You hit 1620 just now? Congrats. There's not enough time for me to finish the Chaos Dungeon weekly. So I'll have to get my points through cube weeklies. I'll get my 70 points for Una. I'll do the Echidna epilogue. I'll raise the breaker to 1665 today. And maybe a raid or two, and then Final Fantasy. Oh, Creepiness did Call of the Night as well. I remember their music being good too. Yeah, I didn't really watch that show that much, but it had such a cool vibe to it. Dog is reviewing Lost Ark drama. It was kind of funny to see Asmon react to it, and people just kind of being like, Lost Ark drama is so weak compared to other games. Like what Lost Ark players consider drama is like day to day in other games. I mean, they're not wrong. As far as like games I go, I think Lost Ark has been the most tame drama-wise. I've played MMOs in the past where drama has led to like divorces in real life, cheating scandals, stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, this relatively weak. Yeah, real Forest and CD stuff. Band Food, thank you for the 1 year.
Cat Club Meow.
Welcome to the Cat Club. Cat Badge Club. I'm gonna try and burn through these dailies quick. I'll tarry very little. Probably spend like 3 or 4 hours a day doing some Lost Ark stuff. I guess I haven't been long for that long if my Guardian raid rest wasn't maxed out though. Dude, I did watch that. The Alatrean stuff from the blindfolded speedrunner. From Carl Jost. That stuff was fucking crazy. I mean, it was really obvious that they were cheating, but finding the proof that they were cheating wasn't obvious. Like condemning proof, I mean. Like from their, even from someone who didn't play a lot of Monster Hunter, you could tell that the way that they were playing the game wasn't a way that a speedrunner could or would play the game. But like, yeah, finding condemning proof wasn't really that easy. They covered a lot of their bases, but I mean, it was kind of like a leak in the faucet. Once one leak sprung, the rest came pouring out. Yeah, dude, one of the guys recreated her setup and managed to do it blindfolded, quote unquote, in the same way, and then he showed how he did it with the third monitor off screen. Okay, so like, so that you guys can like understand the context. So there's this really difficult boss in Monster Hunter World called Alatreon. I didn't get that far when I was playing it. And there's this one streamer who was like really proud of the fact that she was good at Alatreon. And she was very good at Alatreon. But good enough where she was like, oh, I could do this blindfolded. And then she did it blindfolded. But the blindfold was so thin she could see through the blindfold. And a lot of people called her out on that. She was like, they were like, you weren't blind. You could see through it the entire time. And then she was like, oh, okay, well, how's this? I'll do it again. And this time I'll use the blindfold that like real blindfolded speedrunners use. And I'll put paper over my monitors. And I'll like... I'll do and I'll show my mouse inputs and everything. And then she did it. She did a live stream where she used an official blindfold that you can't see through and all that kind of stuff, yada yada yada. And after that, it was kind of airtight. It was like, oh shit, you know, maybe she's legit. I can't really find anything that would prove that this wasn't blindfolded. She had a webcam on like her hands on everything, and it matched the gameplay and everything. And then Carl Jobs, who's a YouTuber who exposes speedrunners who cheat their speedruns and stuff, ended up finding out that the way that she did it was she had a third monitor off screen, off her camera, and she had dragged her OBS to that third monitor. And then OBS has a preview thing that lets us see the stream, like what you guys see. So I could see my game on my main screen, but I could also see it on my OBS. And then on the blindfold, there's certain angles that if you look in your far peripheral, there's a gap between your nose and your eyes where you could actually see in your peripheral. So like if I look like this, I could see my third monitor and the preview on it. I would be able to see my gameplay if I looked like this, even if I was wearing that blindfold. And so she had her third monitor off there, and what she basically did was, while her main monitors were covered, she watched the preview through her peripheral and was able to see her gameplay like that, or see the game like that. And there were some other kickers. The first thing was that she had her OBS on her main screen, and then when she lifted the paper and then dragged her OBS to her other monitor, which was to like make people think, oh, you know, it's so she doesn't click on OBS on accident. But what she did was she actually dragged it to her third monitor, and the way that people figured that out was she had one of those input displays in the bottom left-hand corner of her screen. So when she under the paper, when she lifted the paper and dragged it off screen, instead of dragging it to the left, holding left click and then dragging OBS to the left to her other monitor, she dragged it to the right to the monitor that was off screen, and you could see the mouse input dragging it to the right instead of the left. And then later on, she pulled up her phone to show on her phone. And on her phone, you could see the reflection of 3 monitors. 2 monitors that she was trying to show, but you could also see the third monitor's screen slightly in the reflection of her phone as well. And then the last kicker, which is probably the funniest to me, is that in a certain frame of the shot, you could see the stand to her third monitor with a certain green sticker that only that particular monitor stand has, that she lists in her setup in her bio. And so you can actually see the stand of the third monitor sticking into the shot as well. That's why I said it was airtight until it wasn't. Oh yeah, and then also at some point she blocks with both of her monitors displayed, she looks towards her third monitor off screen and she sees a chat message and she just reads it while staring at the third monitor like this. She's like looking at her chat and like reading it and responding to messages which she shouldn't be able to see. It was really funny. I thought it was really funny anyways. Because if like you asked me to find proof or evidence that she was cheating, I wouldn't have been able to pick it out either. That's why I said it was, like, even though it was obvious she was cheating, it was hard to find condemning evidence. Did you see Aslan's video with her mods defending on her? Oh yeah, one of her simps got on a call with Asman and Asman's like, okay, well, what's the proof that she didn't cheat? And the guy's proof pretty much came down to, just trust me. I'm a physician. Her body language shows that she didn't cheat. I was like... Yeah, that was his defense against her, like sitting in a weird posture where she could see OBS in the peripheral of her vision. Was just like, yeah, she was sitting like that because it was a stress response. I'm a physician, trust me. That was his rationale as to why she was sitting at such a weird angle. Did she admit to cheating? No. I don't think people like that are willing to admit their wrongs. Because as long as you don't admit you're wrong, people will always support you. Yeah, we're talking about the Monster Hunter speedrunner. No, I'm serious. Like, streamers have a very interesting relation with their viewers. Like, you could literally scam someone in front of, not even just streamers, influencers in general have a very unique relationship with their audience. Like, Aiden Ross literally got scammed live in front of people, and like in the grand scheme of things, no one really gave a shit. What's up, Kunai? She should triple down and do it again. That would be fucking hilarious. She should do another response where the camera's panned out even more, where there can't be a third monitor, and be like, what now, Carl? And then Carl should do another video breaking that one down, and they should just keep going back and forth. Yeah, I'm just saying, you could literally scam someone live, and like a big personality at that, and still retain a massive loyal following. It's not like 21 Savage's image was really hurt by scamming Aiden Ross on a stream. Yeah, Asman should fly her out and have her do the event live. A blindfolded stream live on their setup. There's no reason for her to say no to that, right? That's like insane massive exposure if you can in fact do it. Masa, thank you for the 15 months. There's no way Aiden didn't script that IMO. I don't know, dude. I don't watch Aiden Ross enough to know what he's like or anything. I couldn't really ever get into those guys' content. Him and Kai and all those guys. Stoops likes watching that stuff. Maybe he would know better. Did ATK get unbanned today? Yeah. Most people who get banned usually get unbanned within 3 days. Most streamers in general. Especially if it's a first time offense. I think he just acts at them because there's no shot. I don't know about that. There are some people out there that are legitimately like that. Especially people of wealth and influence. Their behavior gets reinforced by those things. Their behavior, their upbringing. I've definitely met people who've had money and influence like get to them. A lot of people that I met growing up were that way in my childhood. Like people who had like rich parents and stuff like that. I've been seeing a lot of Lost Ark drama. It's all relatively weak drama. I haven't even followed all of it. I've literally been living in another world these past like 3 or 4 days. I remember you once talking about CV reviews, and I wanted to ask how to make an appealing CV for IT without prior experience. Great question. That's the rock in a hard place situation that a lot of fresh graduates find themselves in, where they want to get a job, but in order to get a job, they need prior experience. But in order to get prior experience, they need to get a job. Very common. Very, 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 very common, actually. That happens all the goddamn time. And then a lot of people actually end up experiencing that throughout their life. I actually experienced that in my lifetime as well, where I wanted to apply to entry-level positions. And I think the bit of reassurance that you should have is if you're applying to anything that's entry-level that requires or asks for prior experience, it's not actually a requirement. That's my bit of reassurance for you. If you're trying to apply for an entry-level position, there are very, 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 very few entry-level positions out there in the world which actually require prior experience. It's just listed there. It's more of a plus more than a mandatory thing. In IT, it's different. Build projects on GitHub and include that in your CV. I'm a software engineer. That's the best advice that I can give you. Yeah, that's probably good advice. I wouldn't have thought of that because I don't think I hired for that specifically. I hired for stuff like marketing, community, it's that kind of stuff. But also, I would definitely include the bare necessities. Plus, on top of that, the bare necessities isn't when the normal stuff you would include on your resume. Have a good headline. Any extracurriculars that you did, any intern work that you did. Put current work experience if you have any, unrelated work experience. I think when I was reviewing resumes, just having work experience on your resume, even if it was unrelated work, even if it was something like retail, it was worth having on there because at least it showed that you were keeping yourself busy and you could hold a job. I looked at that and saw that as a plus whenever I was reviewing resumes, as opposed to someone who wasn't doing anything with their time at all or listed nothing. And that's about it. It can be a little bit difficult because if you're applying for something competitive and you are applying against someone who does have prior work experience, it is a little bit more favorable for them. But that's not always the case, and sometimes filling headcount can be somewhat challenging. If you're applying to a more niche company, for example, it might be better to hire someone with less experience. It's gonna sound fucked up, and it might actually scare some of you guys a little bit, but I don't want it to scare you guys, but I will tell you anyways that there were many times where we hired people who had no work experience, even though we listed a job that preferred work experience, over someone that had 7 years of seniority that would apply and be eligible for a senior position. We would hire someone who had no work experience fresh out of college because we knew we could pay them a lot less than someone who had that much work experience. It sounds fucked up, but it's true. We did do that. And it's actually really common as well. If you can hire someone who you can pay a lot less that can get the same job done, you know, it's almost a no-brainer, especially if it's entry level where they can train on the job after being hired. It's good. I would put non-related jobs there if it's within the last year or two. Bijou boy, or if you're currently working there. Long-term work experience from like past, let's say you worked at Starbucks, or if you worked in fast food like 5-6 years ago, I wouldn't include that. I would omit that if you're not currently working there. And have a good cover letter as well, and customize your cover letter. I would, every job that you apply to, have a customized cover letter to go with it. Would someone with that much experience even apply for a position like that? Yeah, sometimes they would. They absolutely would. I want to ask a stupid question. If you use care server, the reason I'm asking is Xbox seems to give a real Korean bit. Especially this is warning game playing from outside. I mean, that one should work. I don't see why it wouldn't work if you have it properly set up. Must be something that you set up incorrectly on your end. Fluctuating. Yeah, I feel like for me this was the case. For me this was the case in hiring that I felt like half the battle was in the interview. If you nail the interview, that left a much stronger lasting impression. But obviously, the other half of the battle is getting to the interview, having a resume and CV that's interesting enough to get that interview in the first place. I don't know if this is relevant, but even kids with 3+ internship experiences are having trouble getting jobs. No, that certainly happens. But I would say that everyone's experiences are really different. I've met people that interned for many years that the reason why they couldn't get a job is because they simply were not applying enough. They would apply to a job and then they wouldn't get to the interview round, and then they would get so discouraged they wouldn't apply to another job again for like another 6 months to a year after applying to just one job. If you're serious about getting a job, you should apply to literally dozens of places that you have some interest in. And even if you make it to the interview stages, you don't have to take the interview. If you apply to like 30 places, right? And let's say 3 of them offer you an interview, you can literally pick between them or do all of their interviews, and you don't have to take the job offer if they offer you a job. Let's say you do the 3 interviews and all 3 of them offer you a job. Okay? You don't have to take the 2 jobs. You could even use it as leverage. If a place that's less appealing to you offers you a less appealing deal, you could be like, this place offered me a job. People who don't have a lot of work experience, they also don't fight for, you know, their compensation for what they're due. Like, right? Because they're scared. It's so common. It's ridiculously common that someone who is new will not leverage for more, like a higher starting salary and that kind of stuff, because they're scared if they try and negotiate that they'll lose the offer. But that's not the case, and that won't happen. If you get to a point where someone wants to field you an offer, they're already dead set on recruiting you, right? They're willing to negotiate. They're willing to listen at that point. And if what you're asking for is too much, they'll just say no, and that's fine. That's not a big deal. For me, it's like apply to hundreds, get a few interviews, and hopefully I get an offer soon. Yeah, even hundreds can sometimes be the case depending on your field and what you're working in. I think the landscape has definitely changed since the last time I was working, though, because right now a lot of places don't have overhead. A lot of places in the video game industry don't have headcount to fill because of COVID layoffs and aftermath of overhiring during the COVID period when the video game industry was booming. So the landscape is a little bit different than the last time I was in it. It's probably a decent bit more competitive right now. The market's a bit oversaturated for jobs related to video games, with a lot of people who do have experience that did get laid off from their companies recently. But that's video games specifically. Filtering resumes before they actually get to people back in your day. Okay, first of all, don't say back in my day, because it makes me sound so fucking old, dude. That's so lame of you. Anyways. No, well, there were companies that would get a lot of resumes that would use filters to look for keywords for resumes. I've worked at companies like that before. But the last company that I worked at was the one that I did hirings for and interviews, and that one we didn't get enough applicants to warrant doing something like that. So we hand reviewed all applications. But sometimes, yes, some companies will use a program to filter keywords to remove the initial batch of resumes from their pool and then hand review what remains after the fact. That was on purpose. You punk! How many damage gems does Airmancer need, and what is more fun, Drizzler or Wind Fury? I think Wind Fury is more fun personally. It's just a very fun, quirky, active play style. Regarding the damage gems, 3 are crucial, and then the remainder are less important beyond that. The remaining 2 or 3, depending on what you're using. 6 is if you want to use the Sun Shower gem. Not all Aeromancers use the Sun Shower gem for Wind Fury. Sometimes people just do 5 and just do their weather skill and rage. But the 3 crucial, weather skills and tornado dance. But the 3 essential ones are Gimlet, Piercing Wind, and rage. No, it's okay, Memo. I'm glad that you can keep streaming on Twitch. Hey, Igor. Piercing Wind, Gimlet, and Rage, which is the skill. I don't know if that sound effect made sense to you, but I think it should. If you play Wind Fury, you know what skill that is. I rolled Master Elixirs on my AT. Should I switch to Salve? You can't use Master with Salve because they are additive together. Those two things don't work together. Happiness Pack. Ah! Pre-recorded stream. Do you like it? Do you think Wind Fury damage is still on the lower side compared to AT Scouter? Well, AT Scouter's on the lower side. No, Wind Fury is pretty close to AT Scouter these days. At least you can at least get a back card. The back card is not in the Happiness Pack. What's up, Narf? I was watching a Western streamer earlier named Dubla, a Glavier player, and they got hit by the Skirse. They literally got hit by the Skirse. They had a pretty easy time getting all the way up to plus 24, then they pitied 25. I thought it was a little bit interesting though, because he did a damage check afterwards. Like he tested his damage in Trixian and he did about 30 million in a 1 minute test. And a 1 minute test is fine for testing the horse section since that's the only thing that has a DPS check in the first place. And it just made me think a little bit on how big the gearing difference still is between like people who are entry level even with a plus 25 weapon and then people who like maxed out, wailed out to the min max. Because then I remember Jack, and Jack's also a Pinnacle Glavier, and Jack's parse in the same environment was 40 million. And that's a 33% damage difference. So it's like to think mentally, oh shit, there's still 33% damage on the table between like me and someone like Jack is still pretty astounding when you think of it like that. %50 to 22. Yeah, but once you get to 22, you get that sweet white and red glow. Passing 60% artisan guaranteed pity. I don't know about that. I've had countless successes at 70 to 90%. I have a question from Macro for Breaker. My Razor Mouse allows me to remap one of my keys to C and use turbo, and I've set it up on hold to repeat 6 times a second. Do you think that would be too fast or too slow? I think it's excessive. I think there's a certain click speed that once you exceed it, there's basically no gain anymore on Breaker. On Shura. There's definitely a limit. 6 clicks a second is not a lot, actually. Like if you rapidly click your mouse right now, like try it. Try rapidly clicking your mouse. You could easily click way more than 6 times in 1 second. 1 second is a lot longer than you guys think. I'm trying to make the guys out there feel good about themselves. Roughly how many card slots do we need for all cards available? 355 is currently all cards in the game. Is Thaymine categorized as a demon? Demon, yeah. Just demon. Everything in Thaymine is a demon. Every boss. Most people don't have same beast damage as demon damage, so that's usually a few percent. Yeah, that's true. That certainly matters a bit for Trixian testing. There's quite a lot of people out there who do Trixian tests without having any beast damage at all. And that's like literally minus 5% damage, which might not sound like a lot, but that's 3 entire weapon hones. That's the difference between having a 22 and a 25 weapon. Just because, and that's fake damage. It's not like that damage really applies. Well, it does and it doesn't apply. Basically, if you're going in Trixian and you're testing your DPS as if it was Thaymine, right? People are testing it under the implication that you have to test in the same environment, right? Because if you test on Trixian and you don't have any beast damage, and you're comparing your DPS against someone who does have a lot of beast damage, then it's like, you know, the testing environments aren't the same at that point. It's basically fake damage, but you still need consistent like testing environments. Like, let's say you applied it. Let's say you want to join a party that has like a DPS requirement because they're afraid of horse for the first, right? And it's like you tell them your DPS, and then they're like, "Sorry, that's not high enough." But it's like you don't have beast damage, and it's like that doesn't matter that you don't have beast damage. It's not like anything in there is a beast, but you gotta like make that clear that, oh, you know, this is a test without beast damage, but I have, let's say, like 5% demon damage. You know. That should be taken into consideration, of course. Is the Thaymine Reddit post considering no demon damage? No, it's implying that you have demon damage. But like in the nerfed version of Thaymine, there isn't really much of a DPS check. If you're playing the first, then there is. But if you're playing just hard mode, then the DPS check is like you can pass it pretty comfortably with 22 to 23 million, and anybody who is 1630 should be able to do 22 to 23 million. Pretty much like every class in the game, once you're 1630, should be able to do that with elixirs. What's the biggest nerfs from old Thaymine to the current one? The HP. No, perfect suppression should be able to clear that no problem. I'm pretty sure that perfect suppression should be able to clear 27 million at 1630. Or like approach that, which is like way higher than what's needed. I heard China has a unique 5% buff on arrows. Is that true? I heard that too. I don't know if it's actually true, but as far as I know, they do. Mine at 1620 with 40 set does 19 million. Huh. Well, again, it's not something I could really speak on a lot because it's not like I play Shadowhunter myself, but I've heard of Shadowhunter's perfect suppression ones doing quite solid damage, so still at 1620, it's not that uncommon to only be able to clear about 20 million damage in a Hitmaster build. But if you're clearing 19 million at 1620, by the time you get to 1630, you should be able to get to 22, 23 million. By that point, you'll have not only optimized that, but probably a few other things as well. So I wouldn't think about it too much. Like, you're probably fine by the time you get to 1630, to be honest. Even if you're only pulling 19 million right now at 1620. You show Chaos build on AT. I'll leave my character in Chaos build so you can check him on low on the armory. And just remember, like, you... Okay, here's another thing. You should also remember that you are 1 DPS out of 6. The odds are there's a decent chance you're not the strongest person in your group. You might be, but if you are, then this doesn't apply to you. The odds are if you're not the strongest person in your group, and there's someone that's probably clearing above 22, 23 million easily, and they are making up for your damage. And the DPS required for Horse is not the same as the DPS required for the rest of the fight. For the rest of the fight, the DPS needed is considerably lower. Like, you don't have to pull 22, 23 million throughout the course of the entire, like, 16-minute fight. It's just for that section. Outside of that, you can get away with playing more passively and still clear the whole thing. What about normal? Normal mode is no DPS check. Normal mode has half the HP, but you're not half as strong if you're a normal mode player. Like, someone who's 1620 is not half the power as someone who's 1630. If that makes sense. So you'll be fine in normal mode. Regarding the Russian players having not cleared hard mode yet, their issue is not DPS. Their issue is just living. And that'll be the same problem that you guys encounter as well, that people in Korea encountered as well. It's the same issue for everybody. DPS is not the problem when you're clearing just hard mode in that post-nerf state. It's just surviving the fight. How much easier is Thaymine normal now compared to release? I'd say it's a lot easier, because if you're going into it with like pretty high gear, like you're just under 1630 and you're doing normal mode instead of hard mode, or you are, let's say you are 1630 but you just can't be arsed to do hard mode, especially on week 1. Let's say you do hard normal, right? The odds are you could survive the red pattern without dying if you're at full HP. In the nerf version of normal mode, the red pattern does a little over 200,000 damage. And a lot of people at 1630, if they have decent quality on their armors, will have, with feast and everything and food, they'll probably have around like 220,000, 230,000 HP. And they can survive. So you'll have a mulligan, essentially, to protect you once if you're at full health. Especially if you have any form of DR, like from your supporter or something like that. Is G4 Thaymine clear required for Transcendence progress? No, only G3. My Bard has 193k. You'll be fine. You're already tankier by default, especially if you're running heavy armor. Plus, if you are a support, I would this is just a strong recommendation in general if you're playing a support. And this, again, I don't play support, so before you attack me for giving advice support without not being a support, just trust me on this. Have a crisis evasion setup, a level 1 crisis evasion setup for Thaymine. It will help you so much to have that set up. Because there are many situations that Faemine can kill you even as a supporter from 100 to 0. Whether it's red pattern damage or getting caught in a lift or in gate 3 getting hit by a crit, by getting hit by his critical attack. Because if you die as a support, then it's giga game over for your party. They can't meet the DPS check and they will die to getting whittled down by damage. Did Russia get Faemine this week? Last week. They failed to clear it in the first week, and they're currently in their second week on G4 Prague hard mode. The group is debating taking a GL as our 8th, but we only have one back attack class on the team. Do you think we should find a crit sin instead if our goal is the first mode week 1? I'm worried that GL would have a difficult time not only doing damage, but also that we might run into issues in G4. From what I heard, G4 is like for GL. These days, I don't think G4 is that bad for GL because they have the 50% gauge reduction. The main issue that Gun Lancers were facing in pre-nerf Faemine was that they were building way too much gauge from his attacks. After the 50% gauge reduction change, I heard way less qualms from Gun Lancers and Destroyers. How often do you do G4 Faemine? At least once every other week, sometimes a few times every other week, depending if I want to run more than just my breaker. My breaker always runs it, and usually it's pretty fast. Like less than an hour from 1 to 4. Any news about balance patch this month? No news yet. 20k a run, right? Well, gate 4 is worth 20k by itself. Yeah. But especially early on, you might not be able to justify that amount of effort for 20k. But still, I think it's good to run it, even though you might not clear it, just to accrue experience. Experience is a very powerful thing, and probably the most powerful thing in Faemine, because Faemine is one of the only fights in the game where a guide is just not useful at all, in my opinion. Like, you might get a little bit of use out of it, but you're not going to get nearly as much use out of a thorough guide compared to other raids prior to Faemine, because Faemine is all normal pattern recognition. And like, you might see the normal pattern in the guide, but at the end of the day, the only way you're really going to learn that normal pattern is by getting hit by it a few times, right? You get hit by it a few times and then you stop getting hit by it afterwards. Does one need to clear hard mode G4 before attempting the first? Yeah, it will lock you out of the first unless you clear hard mode G4. So before you're allowed to challenge the first, you have to clear it in hard mode first. All 4 gates. Unfortunately, even if you clear hard mode, you won't really get any power. You can't really get any power from your first week of Transcendence. It takes like 2 weeks before you actually gain anything out of the system of note. But by the time you get to your second week of G3 clears, think you'll have enough materials to start getting the first tier of bonuses. Can you clear hard mode and go to the first? Yeah, you can. The first has no entry limits once you unlock it. Well, it worked the other way around. Gold. I'll take it. That works. Hey, Leslie. G4 hard mode gives Transcendence mats? Yeah, it does. Can we unlock anything with week 1 mats and Transcendence? You can, but you can't really get any useful bonuses. Like in your first week of Transcendence, you'll start unlocking the system, but it won't even amount to a 1% damage increase. By your second week, you can start getting the bonuses that add 1% damage each. I'm assuming this is the original Fame goal for hard mode clear. 25 weapon, LOS 30, armors at least 21, and decent elixir 40 set. For what? Sorry? They mine the first? You could probably clear it with those specs. Yeah, I mean, that's not really painting an entire picture for me. I would generally assume, though, if someone has 25 weapon, they probably have pretty good everything else that contributes to damage, including things like card collections and whatnot. And especially at this point in time, most people should have pretty high demon damage. Like, you might not have, like, a lot of other damages, but if there's one type of damage that everyone should have at least, like, 3-4% plus on at this stage, it's demon damage. At this point. If there was any damage at all. Is heavy armor necessary as a support for the first? For Artist and Bard especially, yes. Some Paladins did heavy armor, some didn't bother because Paladin has natural high tankiness. If you're Artist and Bard, you absolutely should have heavy armor because his attacks can murder you as well. And especially if you're Bard because you have less mobility in general. Bard you might have a little bit of a rough time as Bard because the first wall is getting over Gate 3, and Artist and Paladin are definitely better classes in Gate 3 specifically. But Gate 4 Bard is so good in my opinion. If you're going for the first and you're progging the first, I think Paladin can be more effective because, you know, you get campfire heals throughout the long fight, but especially once you have like some level of experience, Bard is fucking insane in Gate 4 because Guardian Tune is just so good. There's so many things that you can Guardian Tune and it's so helpful. How easy is to come back to Lost Ark? You'll find that it's easy to get to a pretty high item level, or what you would think is a pretty high item level, but the end game is still difficult. Like the highest levels where concurrent players are is still difficult. Like again, it might sound weird as someone who doesn't play support to give input on this, but I'm telling you as a DPS, there are so many times where I was so grateful to have Guardian Tune over having someone with a cleanse in Gate 4. It was just a better experience as a DPS in general. But on Prog, Paladin's pretty nuts because the fights are just so long, and even getting hit by one attack will often get people to blow a pot. And so when you're learning, there's like a decent chance that you run out of pots. Is there reading any manhwa? Yeah, I'm up to date with a bunch of them. Semi-new returning player. What is the first difficulty that everyone talks about? It's a special challenge difficulty of an upcoming raid called Saintone, who's the final Legion commander. And it's the original difficulty unnerfed. Because the Western version and other regions of the game have always received raids in their post-nerf state, which has made them really easy, especially when combined with balance patches that, you know, Korean players didn't have at the time of. The nerfs also made it a lot easier as well. So the first is a special mode where you get to fight him in its unnerfed state. Which is a little weird because there are some nerfs applied to the first that make it noticeably easier, like the sword DR being removed, but outside of that, most of the difficulty is preserved. Will this difficulty be available forever? It goes away? It goes away after 6 months. So you'll have until October to clear it, which is plenty enough time to clear it, trust me. What are the special rewards? A mount and a title. And a one-time gold reward of 50,000.
Thank you for the Lost Ark raids and game content. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thank
LE Bear Love.
Thank you for the 10 months, man. Yeah, 6 months is enough time to also reach 1630 with okay. Here. This character, chat, is a character that stayed at 1620 and never went past 1620 through normal honing. Thank you for the 500 bits. He is now 1630? And the first difficulty is still in Korea for another month. It's currently March. It goes away in April. And he's basically full transcendence as well. I mean, he could push the full transcendence, but yeah. Because he did normal mode the entire time. So even if you do the normal mode farming route, which is the cheapest possible route that I did on 3 of my characters, you could farm Saintone, get all the Master Transcendence, do Echidna, do Advanced Honing, get to 1630, unlock the Transcendence requirements, do your full Transcendence, and still have a month or 2 to spare to clear the first on that character. So the time frame is actually very generous. That's also enough time, chat, to get another balance patch before the raid goes away, which will also make it easier on top of that. It's 1 time per roster, the 50k. Yeah, I think it'll be the exact same minigame, but with different boards with purple tile configurations. Assuming we get a balance patch at all, that's too cynical to think you won't get a balance patch in 6 months. It's too cynical that it's almost gross to read. There's like being realistic cynical, and then there's being too cynical to the point where it's boring for me to read it. And I'm already boring enough, so don't write that in my chat. What happened in Saintone's epilogue? He recovered his memories is the only point of significance, and we discovered who he and Carmine are. No, I'm doing that later today. How much harder do bosses hit if you have +1 weapon home but -1 armor? Just a little bit. A little bit harder. The defense gate matters a lot less these days because you can't enter content under level anymore. While the defense gate still exists as a system in this game, it's not really significant anymore. What's the defense gate? Every content in Lost Ark has an arbitrary defense value that if you're underneath it, you take exponentially more damage. And the only way you could realistically be... Well, when you're on item level, you're slightly under it. And when you have over-enhanced weapon and under-enhanced armor, you'll be a little bit more underneath it. That's why if you've ever noticed in content, when you hone just a little bit further, bosses start doing significantly less damage to you. If you've ever noticed that. You just raise your defense just a little bit, like raising your armor just like 1 or 2 hones each, and you start taking a lot less damage from bosses compared to when you first stepped foot into it. Does it take into account the classes that have slightly lower or defense multiplier? No. All classes in Lost Ark have the same amount of defense, but every class in Lost Ark have a different percent translation of that defense into a reduction stat. So, for example, I think Gunlancers have like, what, 110%, 120%? Whereas my Deadeye only has 90% conversion into reduction. But this value is the same for all classes. For a Deadeye and a Gunlancer, they have the same amount of defense. It's just for Gunlancers, they get more reduction from that defense. And the defense gate is based off this number, not this number. Yeah, there used to be something called the attack power gate, but that was removed a long time ago. Because that system was really bad. But that was taking off. That was removed from the game in early season 2. And that one worked the same way. There was an arbitrary attack power value for every content, and if you strayed from that, you did exponentially less damage. And that was a lot easier to notice. But that hasn't been in the game for like 3 years now. We had that in Argos. You did not have that in Argos. You had the item level gate, because you were able to enter content under item level. And the item level gate is different than defense gate or the attack power gate. And what the item level gate was, the further your item level was compared to the content that you were doing, the higher the chance that the boss would negate an incoming attack. There were lots of gates in this game. Lots of gatekeeping, lots of gates. But you can't really enter content under item level anymore. So the only way you can experience that is if you bring a new low-level character to a world boss that it is significantly lower level than. Then you'll see it in action, which is the gray negation. Yeah, the blocked gray message. When are they removing the part of gatekeeping gate? I don't think that's ever being removed. Aware. This is just a reminder, but I believe we're going to be figuring out our plans for Behemoth this upcoming week. Lustboy will be staying with our party for Echidna, but leaving our party for Behemoth. He is joining with a group that he made for his friends for Behemoth. And the reason that he is doing that is because He had a bunch of friends that couldn't clear Thane Mine, so he made a static group and pulled them together to clear Thane Mine with them. And this was like after a lot of people were already clearing Thane Mine and stuff. And then he left them for Echidna, and then he felt bad because I think they struggled on Echidna, so he wants to go back now, even though they're kind of like a little bit weaker overall. He feels bad because he brought them together, but then he left them for Echidna, so now he wants to return and go back with them for Behemoth. Which is fair. I'm not going to fault him for that. I think that's actually quite respectable. Do you change the name of Fox? Foxy? My Aeromancer? Oh, yeah. Her name is different now. All of my character names are in regular English now, so it's a lot easier to search them these days. Ah, you almost got your title, Moto? Nice. Very nice, man. That's your best cosplay? The best cosplay that I've made to date is definitely the Leon Kennedy one. My most scuffed cosplay is sadly Majima, because people cannot actually figure out that it's Majima. Is there an easy way to find preset on Inven? No, and especially now, it's definitely a lot less relevant because the style... Well, I'm sure a lot of people still share it on Inven, but the style book is in the game now, so... What is Behemoth again? It's a 16-man upcoming raid, classified as a new type of raid. You can copy the build that I use on Aeromancer. It's pretty bog standard typical. She's kind of a standard issue Aeromancer. Is 16 mean you could still screw up and still clear? I'm not really sure how that's going to go. Because the general rule of MMOs is the more players are involved, the easier the raid mechanics have to be. Like alliance raids from FF14 for people who play that. I guess World of Warcraft is an exception to that rule on their week 1 mythics during race week. Because those have a lot of people and those don't have that much room for error at all. Is it roster rate or character? Per character. But you're not going to have really more than one character that can do it. For most people, because the entry level is 1640, which is pretty much going to be full transcendence for not full advanced honing for most people. The time frame is really tight because that raid is 1640, but only releases 1 month after Echidna, and it'll probably be 1 month for you guys as well. So you'll get Echidna, and then literally 1 month later will be another raid, another new raid. I don't play sharpshooter, I'm sorry. And I know very little about that class these days. Yeah, I'm a little despair about that. The idea of fighting multiple behemoth parties doesn't sound pleasant. I don't think I'm going to rush to raise my 1630s to 1640s. I think I'm just going to focus on my breaker, sorceress, and scouter primarily from Behemoth's patch. I'll still be slowly raising the 1630s, but I won't prioritize them like I did before. Maybe the Aromancer as well, since she's a little bit higher than the rest. Was this rewards from Behemoth? It's Transcendence, but for your weapon, so it'll probably be somewhat significant as well. I'm expecting that as a system, it'll probably raise your damage by between 5 to 10%, if I had to guess, without seeing it. Just like all raids, I'm sure there's going to be some gimmicks to solve that we'll have to figure out with 16 people, and until we solve them, it'll probably just be raid wipes. And then once we solve them, it'll probably be fine. I doubt the normal patterns of Behemoth will be difficult. If I make a KR account with an R card, would I lose access once I leave KR and lose the R card? Would I still be able to access it? You would probably lose. You would probably have access up until the point of re-verification, and then you'd be boned after that. Hey, Yuki. You have any notice of Horizontal Express? The Horizontal Express is really good, and I'm hoping that that is included in your breaker update. It does give you so much stuff. When is raid again? End of the month. Hey, Neil. Essentially be the same as for other raids. Yes, but it's not like I'm occupying more than one spot in these 16-man raids. I would have to find a 16-man raid for each of the characters that I have. I guess in theory it would be okay, but in practice, I feel like it's going to be a little annoying, especially because I can't help but imagine that a lot of Behemoth groups are going to be... Well, who knows? I don't know. I'm just focusing on a few first, and then later on down the line, when I'm done with Transcendence on those characters, I can rotate in my other characters and get their Transcendence done. I don't have to advance all of them at the same time. Maybe it's bug friendly. It might be. It's just for some reason I'm getting these like mild flashbacks, chat, of like a time when you're sitting there and you're explaining the raid mechanics and positioning and all that kind of stuff, and you got like a bunch of people in your raid in your voice call with you on Ventrilo or TeamSpeak, and half of them aren't even listening to what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know. They just announced... Oh, shit! What? Cool. Even though this is a dead game? The monk. This was my favorite class in Dungeons and Fighter. Spectre. Oh, wow. Brawler was in there. Battle Mage, Monk, and then another new character. I didn't know they put Brawler in there. Brawler is also a really funny character. He's the character that the one guy, the funny character from King's Avatar. What was his name? Steamed Bun. That character is based off of this class, from Dungeons and Fighters specifically. Throwing shit like bricks and sand and all that kind of stuff. His playstyle is supposed to be like an alleyway thug where it's like he'll fight dirty to win. I've checked out Guild. I had a sponsor to watch Guilty Gear Strive in the past. It was definitely one of the more interesting fighting games to me because I like the... I mean, I'm a fan of like the anime aesthetic in games in general. Yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me that. King's Avatar is interesting because like video game and cultural media as far as like animation and whatnot is so different in China compared to every other part of the world, including Japan. Like, do you guys know why in Lost Ark the Chinese region has events for first clear for their raids? There's a reason for that. It's because it's so popular in their media for first clear related things, like officially supported first clear things. Like, they had a first clear event for most of the raids that have come out in China. And it's just really popular over there. If you've ever watched King's Avatar, that's like a huge point in the plot of that anime where it's like the main character would constantly be taking these first clear and fastest clear time records in the animation. And Chinese people love that stuff in their media. And so it somehow leaked and affected Lost Ark for their region as well. Have you ever tried El Sword? No. I found a recent DPS test of a high-level striker that actually looked pretty good. Where is it? Yeah, the sweeping kick build. He's also using 3-2 on TE though, and that one's a little dicey. I'm not sure I could in like wholeheartedly recommend the second tripod. This test that he's doing, by the way, is actually so good because if you notice, he's not auto-attacking in between. And there's doing that fulfills two things. The first thing is, as a striker, it's actually good to not auto-attack unless you don't have to, because you don't want to accidentally trigger your card set, the last set. And then the second thing is, not auto-attacking is actually very realistic in a real raid scenario. It kind of emulates the downtime in a real raid where you're kind of like running and dodging mechs. Yeah. So it really fulfills two things. Deathblow in general is a very practical build in real raid. But we can go to the end and you'll see he pulls 51 million on a relatively practical back attack build that has a great synergy on top of that. Or 50 million, and that's very good. That's quite high. That's the same Trixian DPS as my breaker, or pretty close to the same Trixian DPS as my breaker. Granted, he's using Feast and Food, though that's a pretty small difference, but the damage is quite good on it for sure. That is high, especially on a practical build. High DPS on practical build is like the closest measure we can get to how much damage or how good a class actually is in Korea without Bible data. Can you link? Yeah, I can link. I can link it. That's like the formula. If a class is considered practical in real raids, but it also does high damage, then it's a very powerful class. But Trixian is very limited in data and scope. Even though I tell you guys, oh, that guy's doing pretty similar damage to what my breaker can do in Trixian, in real raid scenario, I'd win. I'd win. And the only reason for that is because raid mechs are more friendly towards breaker than other classes. It's part of what makes breaker an OP class. Is his ability to recover gauge during mechs. But you know what happens to people who say, nah, I'd win, right? Nah. Did you see the 100 million deathplate DPS on Frog in the West with no Atro? It sounds high. How much would a surge do with your type of gear? Probably like 700 to 800 million, and on bursts, like big burst segments, over 1 billion per surge, like with Atro and everything and full support buff. I'm going to I'm like debating with myself right now because I see a few of my characters have 4.5 rest bars. I'm like thinking to myself, do I just stall one more day so that we fix all of their rests and realign them? My rest bars have not been aligned for a while now. How about King Fistbreaker? King Fistbreaker is the same. Both of his big hit attacks can do over 1 billion damage. But his DPS cycle is longer than even Igniter Sorceresses. Like if you're a King Fistbreaker, your DPS cycle is well, I mean that's a bit disingenuous for me to say. It's 20 something seconds between bursts for King Fistbreaker. For Sorceress, it's like 15-16 seconds after 12 seconds. So actually their DPS cycle times are pretty similar. And honestly, their bursts are also fairly similar as well between King Fist and Sorceress. But the difference between King Fist and Sorceress is that King Fist's damage is done in 3 seconds. How's FF7 Part 2 so far? My current file in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is 40 hours in so far, and I think I'm nowhere close to finishing the game. It's a very busy game for sure. Because it does, how do I say this? You guys know the style of open world game where you have a world map and then dotted all across that world map are little side objectives, like The Witcher, how it had a bunch of side objectives and points of interest, or the Elder Scrolls series, or Fallout, or Far Cry, those types of games where you have, you know, this big ass map and there's just side objectives dotted everywhere. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is that same style of game. Oh, dude, the card game in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is so good. Blood Queen, or Queen's Blood, yeah, it's so good. I fucking love playing it. I've probably been playing it for hours as well, to be honest. I didn't play Fort Condor in the DLC of the first game because I wanted to get through the first games. I wanted to get through it really quickly, but Fort Condor was pretty cool too. Imagine a card game in Lost Ark. Lost Ark did have a card game back in Season 1. That's what cards originally were for. These cards used to not give stat bonuses. They were used for an in-game card game back in Season 1 that was discontinued in Season 2. Yeah, it wasn't a good card game. There's a reason why it got discontinued. There's a reason for that. Oh, I didn't actually pick up my event rewards. That was a cash hop package at the end. 1822, 950. This is stage 1 to 10, 10 to 11. Okay. I want to see them add more variety to the card decks. Or the sets that you could equip. Yeah, in Lost Ark. Like, what is the point in most of those card sets even existing when no one's ever going to use them? But the problem is, if you make too many of them useful, it's too difficult for a new player to raise them all. So it's not without its consequences. Like, if you made one that was really good against demons or one that's really good against humans, and eventually you would require all players due to gatekeeping to raise them all, and that's also a problem, and that causes more issues than boons. This honing system is so much better than the old system. It's unbelievable. Partly because it's the feeling. Even if the cost was the same as the other honing system, it would still be better. Just because of the way that it gives you the stuff is just better. Wow. Isn't advanced honing from 1 to 10 very close to normal honing 20 to 21? And it's not that much cheaper, yeah. If we're talking about the advanced honing from 1 to 10, the amount that it actually saves you, like these 3 materials are pretty much going to be the same as normal honing. If you're just going from plus 19 to plus 21, the amount that it costs you on these 3 will be the same. Where it's 50% cheaper is this material, this material, this material, raw gold, raw silver, and shards. That's where the cost is about half on average. But these 3 is about the same for 19 to 21. Once you go beyond 21, this system blows it out the water. How did you calculate it, or is the math for juice for weapon all tap? I didn't calculate it. Oh, nice. That's a good one to get. Not as good. What's after Behemoth Raid? We don't know because that's where our current roadmap ends. We don't have our summer roadmap in Korea yet, and we probably won't until June. Usually after April in our roadmap, at least looking at the previous years, there's like 1 or 2 months where there's just miscellaneous updates that weren't in the roadmap. And then we get a summer Loa on at around June that covers until like October. And then after that, it's like 1 or 2 months with no roadmap, and then it's winter Loa on, and then the cycle repeats. In total, throughout the year in Lost Ark cycle, about 8 months are covered with roadmap, and 4 months are not covered with roadmap. Each year. How many characters do you have that are Behemoth item level ready? 3. 4 actually. Okay, and the pants are done. What I mean by like the feeling of honing in the advanced honing system is the best way that I could tell it to you guys is when I'm advanced honing, I don't feel bad at all when I'm doing it, even though mats are deleting themselves. Like it's constantly making progress. When I did traditional honing, like before big honing days, I would feel nauseous, especially if I was honing something like the weapon. Because in my head, I think to myself, what if you pity? Big. Nice. I don't understand the system at all. Okay, the best way that I could put it is, let's say you had the old honing system, right? Make some of the mats cheaper, and you can only pity, as in there's no tapping before 100%. You have to get to 100% for the item, but at every 10% interval, you get a little bit of the item level and a little bit of the power. So at 10% pity, you would get some of the power. At 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, and then 100%. You would just get a little bit of the power and item level along the whole track. And that's what this system is. Isn't your progress in traditional honing artisan? Yeah, but you don't get any of the progress until you get to the 100%, so you can go weeks without actually seeing any of that progress occur. Potentially. If it's like a big project, like a high weapon hone. So you can see on this item right now, it's 16 stages of advanced honing. The item level of this piece of gear right now is 1666 at the moment. It's a weird item level. Is the silver and gold cost about the same as traditional honing? No. On average, the amount of raw silver and gold this consumes is about 50%. And I recorded a lot of data from my sample sizes that kind of prove that. It was in Notepad stuff. When does it stop? Plus 20? Plus 20 for now. I think it's going to go higher than plus 20 later on, though. Because I think we're going to get another raid between Behemoth and Kazaros. Like 1 or 2 more raids. And they'll most likely continue the advanced honing track beyond 20. Like 30 or 40 or something like that. I think from here on out, we're probably doing advanced honing until Kazaros. Okay. Nice clean item level, 1665. What kind of upgrades do you think Behemoth gives? It's on Discord. I wrote it already what it gives. Getting a little hard reset with Kazaros. I think afterwards, after Kazaros, there'll be some post quests, and then after that, I think there'll be a hard reset, yes. After Kazaros. Nice, Igor. Are you capped on item level for now? No, I've got 5 more item levels to get. I've got 2 weeks until I hit 1670 on this character for these last 3 pieces to finish. It's 36 eyes and you get 18 a week. So 2 weeks and then he's done. Unless I want to leave the character at 1669 for memes. Am I gonna finish all my weeks raid? No. This is the first week in a few months that I didn't do 18 or more raids. I'm probably not doing that. Because I just don't want to this week. I'll go back to doing raid spam next week, I think. Do you think they need to do a number squish? I don't know. We had a number squish a few years back because the season 1 numbers were getting out of control with people regularly hitting over 1 billion damage. But we are almost at that point again where people are regularly hitting over 1 billion damage. So it's probably, yeah, How come I don't have a sub role on your Discord? You have to link your Discord to Twitch, and it will automatically apply it, or it should automatically apply it. Yeah, a long time ago, we had a number squish, and during that time, we were hitting over 1 billion damage at the end of season 1, like 3 years ago. And then when we entered season 2, we were doing millions of damage instead of over 1 billion. So that was some years back, and we've just about reached that point again 3 years later. Do you know how much damage G's Sulfist hit when T3 released? Yeah. He was able to do 120 million damage with his Spirit Bomb back then, which was a number so beyond absurd that nobody could think about hitting those kinds of numbers, because to get an idea of how absurd 120 million damage is, think about how strong my BT Zerker's Awakening is. You know how it regularly hits around 700, 800 million damage today? Back then, at the same time, it was doing 7 or 8 million damage during that stage of the game. So doing 120 million damage at that stage of the game was absurd. But that only worked because Preemptive Strike worked on bosses back then. So it was very cheesy and led to Preemptive Strike getting nerfed. Maybe I could find it. I could probably find it on his YouTube if I go back. As PvP in this game, it has a very tight-knit, niche, small PvP community, but it's very skill-intensive and very unrewarding. So very few people delve into it. Three years ago. 2 years ago. Wait, where's his Soulfist video? Did he remove it? Cheer channel. Wait, I think he got rid of that video. Or he uploaded it under a different account. I don't know. He has videos from 3 years ago, but none of them are... Oh, this is a fun video. This was Reaper pre-nerf. This was launch Reaper when Reaper was at its absolute strongest. This was the most powerful class in Lost Ark that by today's standards would be stronger than Surge Blade or Breaker. Yeah, the run was something else. He'll get there eventually, Chad. Don't worry. Any day now. That was 18 seconds during a time where every other class took 2 to 3 minutes to clear it. Or in some cases, some of the faster classes can do it a little under 2 minutes. Yeah, but like even if you considered the other 1575 players, like you were still looking at a fight that was usually around 1 minute long back then. But Reaper was so absurdly powerful during that stage of the game that it could do it like 3 times faster than other classes. Which is why during that time it took the 40% nerf that it did. During that time. Why is he doing Argos? Because at that time, I mean, not Argos, Velganus, because during that time, this was the highest thing that we had. We didn't have anything higher than this. And so this was like the test. This was essentially the test. During this part of the game, our highest level Guardian was Velganos. And it was a rite of passage that you had to solo Velganos. It was the Korean passport test. If you wanted to gain your citizenship in Lost Ark, you had to solo Velganos. That's what it was called. To prove that you had any semblance of skill at the game. And that was a reasonably difficult thing to do. But case in point, this was our highest Guardian for 6 months. For 6 months of time, we didn't have Descaluda, and this boss was what we were fighting on a day-to-day. 6 months? Maybe 4 to 5 months, actually. Towards the end of summer, all the way until January. Wow, that video had 100,000 views just because the concept of it dying in 18 seconds was just such an absurd thing. What's the Guardian that you've killed the most? Velganos, easily, by far. Because during that time, I also bust. I would bust Velganos. When was Vaulton released? It was released that January after Season 2. Bust Guardian? Oh, you have no idea, dude. People bust Chaos Dungeon back then. Because you could enter Chaos Dungeons under item level. Back then. So, you see these Chaos Dungeons? If you were 1325... someone who is 1400 could bust the 1400 Chaos Dungeon for you. You wouldn't be able to do anything because the defense gate, the item level gate, and the attack power gate would completely fuck you. But someone could kill everything for you and you could take the loot back then. Yeah, that was definitely a stage of the game where Velganos was extremely lucrative for busing, but it also caused a lot of drama and toxicity from people regularly undercutting each other in Velganos and all that kind of stuff back then. Didn't we have to clear Velganos in the west to unlock something? Yeah, back then you had to kill Velganos once in order to proceed to Descaluda. You don't have to do that anymore, but back then you had to. I hate that in EU they're jailing like crazy just for the item level without even seeing the roster level. I mean, they're both pretty shit gatekeeping criterias, to be honest. At least in my view. I'm not really sure if one is particularly worse than the other between item level and roster level. God, 6K per person. People were loaded back then. It means that you may have already done the raid, so you know mech. Maybe. But what I have learned is that even when someone has a title, they can be a potato. 10 clears for many people out there is not enough for them to actually be proficient in that raid. For some people, it takes like 30, 40, 50 clears before they're actually proficient at it. Some never become proficient at it. In the grand scheme of things, no level of gatekeeping will ever actually make you certain that someone that you're recruiting is a strong or like good candidate. It's up to luck unless you already know the person. How do you gatekeep? I don't, which is why no one actually lets me make parties these days. Because they think that if I make the party, I'm just going to recruit shitters into it. Have you ever actually seen me make a party on the Korean server before? Are they wrong though? Surely people with Eclipse title are better than others. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Absolutely not. Can you show the title with the moon, please? Sure. on the subject of. There's a reason why a lot of the really good players took their Eclipse title off. And they just wear Phantom Monarch now. Nowadays. Oh, you want to see the legendary skin? What's the title with the camera? It's like, how would you translate this? It's like a brilliant memory. It's a legendary icon title that everybody gets from one of the anniversary events that you didn't get yet. All you have to do is take a few screenshots on across a few days and you get this guaranteed. Yeah, it's kind of like the yearling title, but it's legendary. What do you think the title for a con will be? We already know because it's been data mined. It's Lord or Lady of Decadence, depending on what your character's gender is. For a con, his hell title is Lord or Lady of Decadence, and for Famine, his title for hell, Deathless Hell, is Master of Darkness. Wasn't it Degradation? It might be Degradation. Lord or Lady of Degradation or Decadence. Probably Degradation. That would make more sense. I think I misremembered. I thought the first was hell mode for a Thamine. Of course not. It was an equalized. And it had no new mechanics. That was not hell mode. Hellfamine will be interesting considering how the first mode was. Really wondering what they'll do. Well, hell modes are not always harder than their non-hell counterparts in some ways. There were many parts of Brel back in the day that were significantly harder than Hell Mode Brel today. There's obviously parts of Hell Mode Brel that are harder than what Launch Brel was, but Launch Brel had parts of it that were more difficult. And that could be the case with Daemon as well. I mean, obviously they would add new patterns and stuff that weren't included. You think someone who enjoys Igniter and Full Moon would also enjoy Kingfist? I think it would feel a little old after a while. First of all, you have to understand that the DPS cycle for Kingfist is... it's basically just as long as Igniter. If you play Igniter, then you already know that your DPS cycle is roughly 26, 27, 28 seconds long in total from one Ignite to the next. And for Kingfist, it's about the same amount of time. I would say that Kingfist is less engaging because you don't have to aim the second Doomsday, but most of your damage is literally done in 3 seconds. And in half of that 3 seconds, you have super armor. You have tenacity, super armor, or push immunity. It's literally the same style, but even easier. And outside of that, you have to auto attack weave. And the auto attack weaving just takes a little bit of time to get used to, but it doesn't take that long to get used to. You'll get used to it pretty fast. Are they actually going to do Hell Mode for Thaemon and Khan? I'm sure they will. Kingfist is really good, though. Sure is also really good, but Kingfist is really good if you want something that has very minimal stress. It's very hard to miss your damage on Kingfist. Playing Kingfist is like playing a tankier version of Sorceress that has much higher consistency across the board in landing all of their damage, if that makes sense. If that draws a better comparison. And more downtime. Because with Sorceress, you're pretty engaged for 12 seconds out of the 27 or 28 seconds of your cycle. For Kingfist, your damage is done in 3 seconds and you're auto attack weaving for the remainder of the time. Fist King, is it a joke? I'm not really sure. I don't think it actually really matters. I don't know what they're gonna call it in the West for Kingfist. If he's calling it something like Fisting King, then that would be very on brand for Memo. What do you think about Last Epoch, man? It looked pretty fun, but I don't have time to play it. The build-up for KF doesn't take that long. It's like a single cycle of non-DPS skills, 5 to 8 seconds. Yeah. I mean, you're just blowing your yellow skills and auto-attack weaving to lower the cooldown of Flash of Light so that you could start your next cycle sooner. You have to lower your cooldown, and then you have to build your meter, and then it has to be built exactly on time for Flash of Light to be ready. Hey, Tom. I mean, I'll just quickly show you what it looks like a little bit, but like, just so you get an idea of what it's like. Are you gonna try Dragon's Dogma too? Yeah, of course. I loved the first Dragon's Dogma. That was one of my favorite stream games. The thing about... I'm not going to do like a guide or an actual overview or anything like that for Kingfist, but just so you understand, the way that it actually works is when you are playing King Fist, right? When you enter your state, you throw an auto attack between each of your yellow skills, and every time you do that, it lowers the cooldown of all skills that are currently on cooldown. And that's what that like wind effect is. Do you see that on the screen? Do you see that like wind thing shooting out? That's a King Fist specific trait. And that's how they shorten their DPS cycle rotation. So you pretty much have to enter your state, use your big nukes, use your yellow skills to lower your cooldowns, end your state, and then use your yellow skills to build up your meter and fill the meter right before Flash of Light is coming off cooldown. It's not really auto cancels per se. You just click once between each yellow skill, and then your character will follow with an uppercut, and that uppercut is what reduces the cooldown of your skills. Does that mean it's kind of hard to play on high ping? No, not at all. Yeah, you do an auto follow-up between each yellow skill. Because if you don't do that, then your Flash of Light has a 30-something odd second cooldown. Sorry, that's the wrong tripod. If you don't, then you should the cooldown. Wait, why is the cooldown so short on that? That's not right. The cooldown should be longer than that. I don't know why the cooldown is 28 seconds. It should be like 30-something seconds. But basically, if you didn't lower the cooldown of your Flash of Light, you would have to run... Oh, yeah, that's... Sorry, too much Final Fantasy brain lately. My bad. All right, so if you literally didn't do that, you can see how the cooldown's like 30-something seconds, right? If you had to wait 33 seconds or so between cycles, that's a really long time. So the auto cancels are necessary because they bring that time down by a lot. You can see the cooldown running down shorter along the way. And then that brings it down to like what, like 26 or 25 seconds or so. Again, I don't play King Fist, so I can't give you the exact nuanced specifics, but it brings it down by like 8 seconds. So now if you do your auto cancels, that means for every three King Fist cycles, you're essentially earning a fourth by doing your auto cancels. They're not even cancels, they're auto follow-ups. You're not canceling anything. There's no cancel associated with it. He had to hit with the punch though, I think. Yeah, you can ask Benji about this. Benji is trying to main swap to King Fist. Powder Snow would probably be the best resource, but Powder Snow doesn't speak English, so... Can you do one full rotation? No, because I don't have the skill built for it. I thought Benji already played King Fist. He does, yeah. That's what I'm saying. There is no CDR being reduced right now. So whoever you are in chat who said that you don't need to hit something to get CDR, please don't misinform people. Do you highly recommend the 5 damage Shura versus 6 damage Shura, or is it more of a playstyle preference? I recommend 5 damage Shura. If you're really serious about Shura later on down the line, you could have the 6M build on standby for certain fights, because the 6M build does do a little bit more damage. Oh, I don't know the mobility of King Fist because I don't have his build. I can only tell you like the super bare bone basics of King Fist since I don't play it. I'm not sure how mobile that build actually is. Hey Zell. For 1600 Shura, is 2 times level 9 enough? Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. Oh, whoops. I forgot to explain some other stuff. My bad. Just ignore the engravings and stuff. I'm just doing this to show that, like, when you're playing King Fist, pretty much all of your damage is in this skill plus this skill. Those 2 skills pretty much constitute all of your damage. Not all of it, because there's one more skill that does damage, which is these rocket punches. But these 2 skills, your identity and your arm, make up, like, if I had to pull a number out of my ass, like 80% of your damage. It's the better majority of your damage. So you pretty much just transform. And those 2 skills like are pretty much everything. At like a full endgame King Fist build in raid with Atrophin and support buff and everything, both of these skills hit over 1 billion damage each. It's all your damage. It's like pretty much all of it. That shouldn't be that surprising to you guys because the Sorceress rotation is also over 2 billion damage as well. But in this case, it's in 2 skills instead of 3. What's useful to know, though, first of all, this skill has positional, but when you play it, if you're playing King Fist, you're going to remove the positional. This is the Gunslinger tripod in a tight spot where it removes the positional, and that's 10% damage. And your identity skill has no positional on it. It doesn't have a positional. But it has push immunity throughout the whole thing. So while you're charging, like this doesn't have push immunity, right? But while you're charging this skill right here, that charge, that's all tenacity push immunity. So you could use it to ignore getting knocked down your identity. That's why I said it's done. Your damage is done in 3 seconds, but half of it is in push immunity. Half of it's in push immunity, and you can choose where you're landing. So, like, if you're doing your punch, but then like the boss is moving, like you can quickly pivot to follow the boss. You can follow the boss with it. Does it have any skill that benefits greatly from level 10 CDR, or better to do more 9s? I think it's better to do more 9s, but having a 10 on King's Advance is quite good. Does Shura have more ceiling than King Fist? Yes. Does he have its own gem? Yes. How much damage gems do you need on King Fist? 3. That build is 3 damage gems and 8 cooldown gems. Or is it 4? I thought it was 3. Do you take one more on one of your yellows? Most of your damage is coming from just 3 skills. On a skill? This? Ain't no way this is taking a damage gem. Oh, Meteor Fall? I guess that makes sense. Meteor Fall is a pretty decent damage contributor for sure. But I can't imagine it being a big damage contributor. 3 crucial. 2 crucial, 1 less crucial, 1 even less crucial. So I guess 4, but only 2 of them are super important. 1 is a little bit less important, and 1 is even less important than that one. It's just because an 8 CDR would be useless. Yeah, it makes sense. Let's just say that 95% of people will never hit the ceiling. Well, that's literally the reason why King Fist took a bigger nerf than Shura and is arguably still better than Shura to this day. It's literally just because Shura will, in most cases, lose some of their damage in raid. King Fist doesn't really lose their damage in raid. That's like the problem as to why King Fist is considered OP. Is it's a high ceiling hitmaster build with high practicality in raid. And usually classes that are hitmaster with high practicality tend to be on the weaker side. See Wind Fury, Aeromancer, and Pistolier Deadeye as examples of that. King Fist is like having entropy levels of damage while being non-positional, and yeah. Kind of like Soul Eater, but even stronger than that. Would you say Shura has a high learning curve for a somewhat average player? Yes. But I do believe that even if you play Shura poorly, you can still carry your weight and even match some other classes that play their class decently. You're stronger than SC. SC doing some insane numbers on NA. You'll see when you get your hands on it, yeah. SC is very strong, don't get me wrong. King Fist is even stronger. Have you played any Hell on Shura? Does it perform well? Yeah, Shura is fantastic in Hell mode. The more on farm or the more comfortable you are with a raid, the more powerful Shura is. Shura just seems difficult at first, but with almost every raid, especially after like every raid beyond a con, he's very, very good. Very fair to call him OP, and very decently likely that he will be nerfed again. Or there's a very high chance that Shura and King Fist will get nerfed again. Sharpshooter a good class, in your opinion? Yeah, Sharpshooter is the old reliable class. Is there a big gap between DS and LC? I can't speak to that. The Sharpshooter players I know say there's a very large gap between LC and DS, but it's not like I play the class, so I couldn't tell you. I'm guessing it might take some time to get used to front attacking. Yeah, but it's fine. It's really not that big of a deal. Front attacking isn't that hard. With this class, sorry. I won't speak for Destroyer and Gun Lancers because they're slower classes, but for this class, The only difficult part of front attacking with this class is knowing when to blow your Shura finisher, but the rest of your skills are really easy to use as front attacker because they're so fast. They're very, very, very fast skills. So with like with Shura Breaker, look at the actual skills you're using. This is your biggest skill. It's fast. It's basically as fast as Brutal Impact. Not as strong as Brutal Impact, but just as fast as it. There's that skill. That's also really fast. That skill, Heart, that's really quick as well. And this skill, which you can move with it, and it's not that slow. These 4 skills are pretty much all of your damage outside of your Shura finisher. This one, this one, this one, and this one. They're very fast and pretty hard to miss overall. The only quirk about this skill is you think it'll hit further than it actually does. It makes you think that you can like hit an enemy from like over here, but then when you actually do it, it's like, oh shit, it's just short. And it's because of the tripod that reduces its range. Can you show us the range on King Fist for the 2 main DPS skills? Getting closer. That's the range for your uppercut. About maybe a little bit behind this. And then for your identity, it's pretty far. Are we doing some Kingfist testing? Just showing some stuff for people who wanted to see some info on Kingfist but can't test it themselves. I'm not actually playing Kingfist. Oh, and your awakening is really strong on King Fist as well. I should also mention that, or that's worth mentioning as well. And you use this awakening for King Fist. How much damage does it do relative to your other DPS skills? Oh, your awakening's a nuke as well. It's pretty much as strong as these others as your main skills. I'm wondering if it's as high as RS Spirit. Not as high as that, but you're looking at a skill that's like Zerker's, BT Zerker's, Berserker's Fury as your awakening. He has a nuke awakening for sure. So there are some people that are playing Entropy Kingfist in Korea, and the concept behind that is they're just making their R skill hit like insanely fucking hard, but in return for making their identity hit kind of low. but I'm not sure I could really recommend that. Entropy Kingfist is like playing a front attack surge. Oh, this is misrepresentative. This is Powder Snow's Kingfist Zerker, but during this mech you have a damage buff. Or she takes extra damage. But you can see all three of those hits do about 1 billion or more damage. The damage buff is pretty big during that mech. Like for my Shura Breaker, each of his punches with Atro, support buff, and everything do about 60 to 70 million damage per punch. 57 times or 56 times in this mech. You do a lot more damage during it. Oh, this is early in the mech though. The damage buff isn't as big at this point yet. You do more damage later into the mech after doing the mech again. But yeah, Kingfist is also very strong. They're both very strong builds. It's kind of like Soul Eater. You can't really go wrong with your choice. Whether you're Full Moon or your Night's Edge, it's the same case with Breaker. Whether you're Kingfist or Shura, it's going to be very strong. Why can't every class be like that? I think with the exception with just a few classes by today's standards, most classes have 2 engravings that are good or good enough. There are a few exceptions to that though, for sure. Entropy Kingfist Wicked. You can technically use your 9/7 if you decide to try Kingfist. Maybe I'll build it for fun, just as a gaff, the Entropy Kingfist build. But it's kind of it's a meme build for sure. It does lead to giga huge numbers, right? Yeah, I mean, in that same Powder Snow clip, the Entropy Kingfist, like this skill R with the same setup would hit like 1.6 or 1.7 billion damage. But in return, the Z does a lot less damage because you can't get a positional on it. So you're not really gaining a whole lot by doing it because you're weakening your identity. I wonder if this other skill has it too. No, they don't really have other skills that have the tripod that dump the identity. Like this skill has it, but the skill doesn't have any positional, the rocket punches, and you can't get positional on it. It's purely non-positional. This one has it, and this one can be positional, but there's no point because oh no, it doesn't have positional. Never mind. And the only other shock skill that does decent damage is this one, but this one doesn't have an identity dump tripod. I don't know. Entropy Kingfist kind of quirky, kind of weird. Odd build, to be honest. I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back, chat, and then I'll do a couple more things. I had to get the rest of my Unis tokens. I had this important realization today that my thighs are fucking weak. After like a long time of neglecting doing legs exercises, I did legs today, and bro, after 3 sets of stationary lunges, my legs were fucking gassed out. Literally 3 sets of 12 reps, and it was already so fucking painful. Not painful, but Jesus Christ. Lunges are fucking shit, not gonna lie. They're hard, dude. When you start doing lunges, it's like you wouldn't think they're hard, but you feel that shit. If you did you do more than that? I stopped after 3, then we did leg curls. Weighted on a Smith machine to 50 pounds. And we did 5 sets of 10 to 12 on that. Yeah, I know. I know that with lunges, you can hold free weights and make it a lot harder. Leg extensions or hamstring curls? Hamstring curls. My bad. I didn't know the name of it. The problem was, after doing legs, my sense of balance was so off that it nauseated the fuck out of me. I felt so sick after that. I don't know. I feel like lesson learned. If I'm going to do legs, I want to do it at the end of my routines instead of at the beginning. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get used to it. I mean, like 3 months ago, I couldn't even really do pull-ups, but now I can do unassisted pull-ups without too much difficulty. But I think it'll take a little while. I feel really good about my chest muscles, though. Honestly, I feel like I can probably do... I could probably start using a plate belt again soon for bar dips. Oh, one didn't get pulled in. Focus on your upper chest. Usually it's the weakest. I know. We've started incorporating a lot more inclines and declines into our routine as well, which are definitely a lot more difficult than just straight up chest. Turn around. Or don't turn around. If you have knee issues, avoid leg extensions. No, leg extensions are so good for your knees if you use them properly. My knees are fine.
Hello.
Hello, Zartzi. Hello, Neil. Again. There are a bunch of good exercises for strengthening knees, for sure. I don't know the names in English. Mostly backward movements with resistance. Yeah, I just don't want to neglect my legs anymore, for sure. Today was like kind of a wake-up call that I need to more regularly exercise them so that I don't struggle so much with basic movements. It's the other half of your body, so you shouldn't. One of the reasons why that I wasn't doing legs was up until recently, I was just following whatever routine Stoops was doing because he would basically make the program for each day, and it was just easy to just do an on-off rotation with him. And he wasn't doing legs on the days that we were going, but he started doing legs now that his hip has recovered a lot. So he's regularly doing legs now again too. But he does legs on Sunday, and I don't always go to the gym on Sunday. Usually my lifting days are Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. I could start going on Sundays, and I probably should, honestly. Make it 4 days of lifting, 3 days of rest. Chicken leg Stoops doing legs. Dude, if you compare Stoops now versus Stoops from a year and a half ago, it's a pretty crazy comparison, because he put on 20 pounds of mass between then and now. Kind of crazier to look at the stoops from a year and a half ago. Yeah, it's using mass increase IRL. My mom had a patellar fracture. Or what? Patellar, I don't know what that is. One of the simplest exercises that helped her a lot to recondition herself was literally walking backwards. Walking backwards. I remember that used to be a thing in track and field. One of the event was like jogging backwards, and I always thought that it looked so interesting. I remember there was one event in track and field that I always wanted to do, but was always too scared to do. And it was steeplechase. The one with the water pit. That was one hardcore event. But it was a steeplechase is a long form event though, and I only did short distance. Like my main events were long jump, triple jump, but my other events were 100, 200, and relay. But even sprinting for 400 meters would gas me out. And to be honest, even 200 gasses me out, but 200, at least I can finish it. 400, I would struggle to finish. My old rugby training was filling a backpack with bricks and running up and down a flight of stairs. What the fuck? That sounds hardcore as hell. I remember I was taken out of hurdles because of my growth spike when I was in my teens. I couldn't adjust my leap efficiency. My track and field coach wanted to put me on my hurdles, but I had no hurdle form, so I would fucking leapfrog the fuck over those hurdles, which is really bad, to be honest. So I got taken off of hurdles pretty quickly. Banda, the boss that should have been. You know, they said that extreme bosses don't have to be like in one of the low ons. They literally said that extreme bosses don't have to be limited to Legion raids. Extreme bosses could also be bosses from the story. So my copium is a Banda extreme mode someday. Was that in the letter and I missed it? No, it was during Loa On that they talked about it when they were talking about Extreme Vaulting in general. I don't even know if I've listened to my Discover Weekly. Wait, a one-winged angel lo-fi? Cursed Doll legendary book? Yeah, I feel like this is a song that should never be chill. It looks like I have enough shards to actually last me to the end of advanced toning. Today it took up like 700,000 shards for those two pieces, and I have to hone 3 more items. So I have to hone 3 more items, but they're all stages 11 to 20. So it's probably just enough. Maybe I'll be short a tiny bit, but I think for the last 5 it should be enough. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I started today at 2.6. So maybe it was like 600,000, but that was for 5. Sorry, not 5 item levels, 3 item levels. How much items can you quench next reset? 1, and then the week after that, 2, and then I'm done with advanced honing to 1670. Wait. Did I not hand it in? Good morning, Rashifa. Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe by the time I do it, Chaos Dungeons will be enough. No, I started 1640, right? Isn't everyone going to be way over leveled? Yeah, but that's not really no different than Echidna. Echidna is 1630, and a lot of people that were entering it were like 1640 plus. It's 1640, but a lot of people who are going to be entering it are going to be 1640 to 1650 from advanced toning. I mean, yeah, there's going to be people who are 20 item levels, but there were people who are 20 item levels over Echidna as well. 20, 30 item levels. It's not too big. They won't make that big of a difference compared to just like figuring out and solving the mechs and everything. Ah, that's what I was looking for. What do you recommend for us to park our alts? 1580 is a good parking spot for alts, and then to work on a con time gate. Because between 1580, there isn't really anything of note until 1620, and that's a really big jump. 1620 is main level in the West still, so it's not reasonable to have alts at 1620, but 1580 is very reasonable, and it lets you work on the econ time gate. You always park alts at a level where they can work on some form of a time gate. $1,600 is not bad, but you don't really get anything except for Voldus normal mode. I mean, if you want to do epic elixirs, then sure, 1,600. But 1580 is a good spot to start so that you could get to 1,600 using econ gears. All right, we're just going up by intervals of 10. Now you're saying 1610 because of Gargadus. True, yeah. I guess if you go to 1600 on your alts, then you could pretty easily get normal econ parties with it. Since you won't be on item level. Going to econ would be a bit... hard mode would be a bit difficult, but you don't get anything of note from hard mode. And honestly, 1580 to 1600 is arguably easier than 1560 to 1580 if you have full econ pieces. It is reasonable to go to 1600, but I would definitely do it after getting most of your econ pieces for sure. That's literally Saint. Yeah, but now I'm starting to get to a point where it's too difficult to maintain this many characters at concurrent endgame. I don't know if I could reasonably expect to get all of my alts to do behemoth prog beyond just like the 4 characters that are already over the level needed. Is it worth is it worth your sanity to begin with? No, not really. Can you see Berserkers getting a buff soon? Not a significant one, no. Berserkers are already such a strong class. If we're talking about ceiling, they exceed even that of Predator Slayer, albeit Predator Slayer is still arguably better due to the high practicality of it. Berserker ceiling is really high. It's just no one plays the goddamn class anymore because it's a class for old grandpas. I mean, would you rather play as an old scraggly dude or play as a hot chick with G cups? Well, the reality is most people would answer the latter. How about an old dude with G cups? Cursed. Fucking cursed, dude. Would you put a random 4/4 on pants if it means you get 40 set? On epic elixirs? Why does it feel like every week someone is coming in here and completing 40 set with epic elixirs? That is not normally. Not boring. Wait, a raid from Cute Dog. God damn, I haven't seen Cute Dog in forever. Wait, I miss Cute Dog. I recently saw a clip from Rise as well, and it actually got me really fucking sad, dude. Because I was thinking I miss having the PoE guys in the Lost Ark section. I got all sappy for a moment. I was like, fuck, they've moved on to other games. Dude, the last time I watched your stream, you were playing Jedi Survivors and Darth Vader was beating the shit out of you. I'm sorry, dude. But I heard from my chat that you were checking out the Lost Ark drama. I hope you realized how lame it is that this is the best drama that Lost Ark can muster. I was telling my chat about it earlier that among MMO drama, it has to be some of the weakest drama of any game I've played in my years of playing MMOs. It is. But I've been having a gaff about it because since I did nothing wrong, I get to just sit here and make jokes about being boring. Even though it's not a joke. And it's just all in good fun. You should see Call of Duty drama. Dude, I was talking about this the other day that like, this is why I could never play an FPS game. Not because of the MMO aim, because I have immaculate aim. I was on Sentinels, okay? But because like, if you ever beat someone, they'll accuse you of being a hacker. Some of the Twitter drama I see between like content creators is fucking wild in like the Call of Duty community and stuff like that. Have you checked the blind speedrun fake too? I did. That shit was fucking hilarious, dude. The fake Alatreon speed blindfolded run. These dramas are decreasing the reputation of KR. I mean, Memo, you're completely uninvolved from the drama. You're chilling. You can also have a gaff and like just observe it. The only thing you're guilty of, Memo, is cooming too much. And if that's a crime, then we're all guilty. Especially Cute Dog. I learned from Cute Dog. Of course you did. Wait, this is such an old clip. This is 2 years ago? This is fucking ancient. What? Oh. This is because G screams at the most random shit when he's playing, I swear to God. With the Mokoko expressing care and the icon materials, well, how many icon items can you get in the first week? 4 armors. I think. How far did you get into FF7? I'm 40... Oh! Oh, shit! Yo! Let's fucking go, dude! Oh, shit! Woo! Whoopee! Yeah! Let it rain, baby! That's the second mega lucky room that I've ever seen. That's the rarest room you can get, and it's so good because it gives you everything, and it gives you 6 million silver on top of that. Literally, yeah. By the time you wake up, I'll probably be playing FF7 anyways. By the way, Q-Dog, what are you playing these days anyways? Are you also playing Last Epoch, or are you doing other stuff? Because you're one of the guys who does, like, everything variety. I'm Lost Ark main now. Are you? He's coming back. Is he? Cannon just came back just the other day. And mods just drops in on big patches. I think these days it's a little bit better. I mean, if you're from Cute Dogs community and you haven't touched Lost Ark since like it came out, it's a little bit better in the amount of playtime that you need compared to back then. Not a lot better, but certainly better than back then. That's not saying much. If you did want to just play casually and play the raids that you missed since you were gone, that part's pretty easy to do. Catching up is still a pain in the ass and takes months without swiping, but if all you cared about was experiencing the basic raids, it's not that hard anymore since they start you at such a high item level now. Does it apply to hard to give you 88? Yeah, it does, Viral. What is the average high item level for NA these days? Nowadays, people in NA for their mains, if they're like still a dedicated regular player, are, you know, starting to get to around the 16-20 range. And current support for like new and returning players gets you to 1580 to 1600 relatively quickly. But it's pretty tough moving from there. I quit on Brel normal patches. It's hard to catch up from there. Yeah, because Brel normal is 1490, and honestly, the new player stuff gets you to 1580 kind of fast. I know that might sound kind of discouraging because it's like, what was all that playtime for then if they just give everything that I had for free? But at the same time, sug it. Now, if you have things like cards and horizontals done, it's still beneficial. You happen to remember what was the upper cutoff item level for the last Express in Korea? I think it was 1610, but I'm not sure. Was that the second one that I did? Sweet silver baby. Zoop. That's that good shit. I fear Thaymine will kill what's left of low, kind of like Brel. I don't think it's as bad, especially because it'll be in its post-nerf state immediately. Because Thaymine's a tough raid, but like, it's tough for different reasons than Brel. Brel was like fucking mental gymnastics and gimmicks and puzzles. Thaymine is like fighting a Dark Souls boss, and I think most people who play Dark Souls bosses are willing to try for a long time without it getting boring or fatiguing. And normal Thaymine is super easy, yeah. I wouldn't think about it too hard. I think it's a reasonable amount of difficulty across the board for each type of player. Once my raid group left, pugging Legion raid solo queue was absolute nightmare. That hasn't changed. This is still a game to like try and make connections and make a static with, or at least a couple of friends to make forming groups easier. If you're pugging 7 random party members for every raid every time, it's still very difficult. Just as before. G4 Thamine once per roster or per character? It's per character every other week. Did you ever play BDO? Barely. I wanted to put time into BDO, but I found it to be... I can't play 2 time sync games at the same time. I have one game that I could use as a major time sync, which for me is Lost Ark, and then all the other time is allocated to single player games. And lately, all the single player games that I've been playing have been insanely time consuming. Terraria, Final Fantasy, Remake, and Rebirth. These games just eat up a ridiculous amount of time as well. You never finished Terraria? I know, I have 2 bosses left in Calamity. And that Terraria world is like 90 hours so far already. Why is G4 every other week? Because it's a very difficult gate. And so they did it every other week, so it's not too fatiguing, so you don't have to do it every week. It's kind of like Brel G4. It's like... if you don't clear it in a given week, at least you have the next week to also do it.
It begins on a dark night.
Have they made raids less punishing yet? I would say that these days there's less gimmicks where one person gets other people killed. It's more individual responsibility these days in the raids, where if you die, it's just you dead watching and spectating and kind of awkwardly standing there. ATK just came on, maybe raids with him. If he wants to, I don't mind. But I didn't want to do too many raids today because I wanted to continue my Final Fantasy playthrough. Is anything still a thing in this game? No one does it, except for bots. No one does that. I'll do a Voldus with him if he wants on my breaker. If he has a Voldus character, I'm down to do a Voldus since that's like a 20-minute run. Is the new Final Fantasy full action or turn-based-ish? It's more action than turn-based, but there's still turn-based elements there. The mayor. Ah, fuck. 1802. I don't remember now with Kangle for level 3 set. Do I buy all bonus chests or just gates 2 and 3? I don't know. I haven't done Kangle forever. It's been out of rotation. Is there a good returner's guide somewhere? No, but I feel like a streamer should definitely make that, or some sort of content creator should make that at some point. Like a comprehensive guide for returning players. Lost Ark Nexus has a beginner's returning guide. Does it have like a checklist kind of thing? Do you not need to run Kangle to upgrade Stone on Breaker? Nowadays, we get boxes that have 4 of the level 4 stones in it to skip the Kangle grind for the stone upgrade. We've gotten that twice so far. Breaker comes with that. The Breaker Express has that box in it. So whatever character you designate for that Express will be able to skip to level 4 stone immediately. Oh, you also got 2 of them. Oh, that's right, because you got the... Wait. You did? Huh. I hope I'm remembering correctly then. My foggy old memory might be failing me. Yeah, they're roster bound, so if you save them, you can use them on whatever character you want. What are you going to prog Behemoth with? Breaker, as always. No. What happened so far in your playthrough? I'll not talk about it to avoid spoilers for people that are waiting to play that on their own time. Melicrown, thank you for the 15 months. I'm too greedy to pay for all that gold for upgrading my stone. HP is pretty underrated because HP is also a resource that you can spend to greed more damage. What's the expected difficulty of Behemoth? I don't know. We haven't had a 16-man raid in over 3 years now, so... But basic design principle would say that the more people there are, the less complicated and less punishing mechs have to be. But we'll see, I guess. I mean, 16-man is still a lot smaller than, I think, Alliance... Wait, what are Alliance raids again in FF? It's 24, right? For Alliance? So sure, I need a lot of investment, accessories, and gem-wise. Not really, no. I don't think there are any serious dependencies with Shura Breaker. There's also 48-man raids in FF14, the Arsenal stuff, right? Well, the thing is, if you're playing the Adrenaline 3 setup for Shura Breaker, then you can afford to use low quality accessories because you'll have 3% of crit overhead, and 3% crit overhead is actually quite a decent amount of crit stat. Enough where you can make lots of compromises and use things like blue accessories and still hit crit cap. Inferior Arrow or Breaker at 7th character for next pass. It just depends on the rest of your roster. If you have a bunch of easy classes, I would recommend playing Shura Breaker. Or Breaker and, well, yeah, Shura Breaker. If you have lots of challenging classes already that are engaging and demand a lot of your mind space during raids, then maybe pick a simple class that you could relax a bit more on. $65% on accessories. Well, you can't get 60. Well, getting 65, getting. I mean, I have 66%, and that's 1845. So that's very high quality accessories across the board. Even my bracelet is 115. Fist King is way easier to play than Shura. They're both really easy, but Fist King, it's easier to lose your damage on Shura. Fist King mechanically is a pretty simple class. It's just use yellow skill, use shock skill, use yellow skill, use shock skill, stand punch, and then use self-defense fighting at the right times. And that's really straightforward for a class. The biggest challenge of Shura Breaker is knowing when to launch your Shura finisher, because it makes up like half your damage profile, and you need to be sure that those 4 seconds it's gonna like connect. Otherwise, you're gonna be doing very subpar damage compared to other classes if it doesn't. And you don't want to wait too long either, because the longer you wait with full meter, you're not building towards the next Shura finisher, you know what I mean? So you have to find the earliest possible 4-second window. Or even 6-second window if you're doing sequence breaking. If you're sequence breaking, you'll need the full 6 seconds, because that's what you're trying to get out of it. Patterson said he found Shura to be more comfortable than Kingfist. Yes, but comfort is not the same thing as ease. You're conflating them incorrectly. Comfortable means something completely different. Most people who play Breaker actually say that they find Shura to be more comfortable, but that doesn't mean it's easier to play. Shura is just a class that flows really well and easily from one skill to the next. Kingfist is arguably more clunky because you have all this auto weaving and less mobility to work with, and no parry skill. Do you have to play with an auto attack macro with Shura? Yeah. The game checks to see if you have a macro running, and if you don't, then it doesn't actually let you pick the build, which is weird, but yeah, without one you can't play it. No, you don't have to. The truth is, how fast you have to click isn't even all that fast to get some benefit out of input rate. You can click like, you can hear me clicking, right? Even if you clicked like this, you would notice that it's a bit faster. You don't have to be like, it doesn't have to be like that. Even if you like click like moderately, you'll get some benefit out of it. Probably enough to get the 12% damage boost. Everyone's gonna click as fast as possible though. Well, it's fun to click as fast as possible. It's a very immersive experience. It's even better if you turn screen shake on. Then you get the full package. Full immersion. I hope Albert knows that we don't have Lustboy for Behemoth. I'm pretty sure Lustboy was mindful enough to message Albert about it as well, but I hope Albert is aware of that. But Lustboy was in DPS role anyways, so I guess it shouldn't be too hard to find a DPS. Lustboy can't do Behemoth? No, he's doing it with another friend group. I explained it earlier this stream. Why? Because he feels really guilty because he brought them together for Thaymine, then abandoned them for Echidna. And he thinks that they need his help more than we need his help. The true Elite Four gathered. Oh, you guys are with them? That's good. I'm glad that you guys have a group for it too. Is there a hunter class in this game? Bow user? There it is, yeah. It's called Sharpshooter, and it's quite good. I just gotta do one more. Because I don't know if I'm going to be logging in Lost Ark for the rest of this week. Yeah. When is Behemoth released? At the end of this month. This will be 16 man. Yup. If you would have Circulate on Bracelet, isn't that this line if you don't have a 9/7 stone? The problem with Circulate in Breaker is if you're depending on that crit, what if you don't have the crit cycle during your Shura finisher? It would be very suboptimal in that case. Can you merge your group as Westway for and Ret for Behemoth with 16 man? Both groups have more than 8 people in them already. They can't be merged. Ah, fuck, I didn't mean to click that. That's a wait. I don't have my Nightmare up. Not really much I can contribute. Just make it a 32 man raid. Why stop there? 64 man afterwards. I like the concept that some games or some MMOs try to do where they try to make the entire like server fight a boss. Not in the sense that you're thinking of, but like let's say every time you defeat the boss in your own instance, like it lowers the total HP of the boss and everyone has to like work together in the server and beat the boss enough time to whittle him down. Oh, nice. I don't know who that is. I didn't get that far in Monster Hunter. But yeah, I mean, the concept, you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, kind of like what Helldivers does, to be honest. Sort of like that, where everyone's kind of working together towards a common goal. Dude, did you guys read that article about how there's someone at that company whose entire job is to be the game master of what's going on in the galaxy conflict in Helldivers? That's such a cool job. That's an unbelievably cool job. Oh, their name is Joel? Yeah, it sounds cool. I don't actually know what kind of nuances it actually entails. Just make sure not to piss them off. Oh. Each four-man does their own part. I think that's exactly what it's going to be. I mean, it's pretty obvious that's what's going to be. There's certain sections of the fight where all 16 players are on the field and like beating up the boss's toenail. And then like phases which split players into groups like 8 and 8 or 4, 4 and 4 or 2, 2 and 2, 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. I'm going to watch Dune 2. I'm not much of a fan of Dune in general. I never really delved into that universe at all. They're sure use KBW. Yes, though he already has pretty high crit dam in general, but that's okay. You could still get pretty good effectivity out of KBW. Still generally better than most of the other engraving options. But it would be the first to be replaced before Raid Captain if you were to use Adrenaline 3. Dune is absolute cinema. Dune 1 was kind of boring for me. The lore is actually so good. I heard that Dune was one of those kinds of series where a lot of people are rather purists when it comes to the source material, the novels. What elixir are you using on Shura? Critical. Would running Precise Dagger and more Swift work on Shura? No. It would be net loss. That's not worth doing at all. Did you try 6 Dom, Wind Fury, and Master? No. One, because I don't want to build the Master set. I don't really like going out of my way to cut more elixirs than I have to. And 2, I don't like running Dominion, even though it's a really powerful set. Just not very fun to use. Was there ever a time where the OG fan base wasn't purists? Pretty sure there's been a few examples where the animation compared to manga is sometimes better. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I do remember there have been at least a few times where people said the animation was better than the source material. Oh, OPM. Yeah, OPM is one of them for season 1. Season 1 OPM. Season 2, people criticized the shit out of it. And Demon Slayer, I believe, is also the case where the animation is better than the source material. That's also true. Didn't read Alice in Borderlands, but I did watch the live action of it, and I really enjoyed Alice in Borderlands a lot. That's a really great show. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard the same studio that did season 2 is doing season 3. I heard there's some discrepancies there though, as to why season 2 of OPM didn't live up to people's expectations. Oh, I've never seen the webcomic for OPM, just the manga. Maybe the Fate series? This is gonna sound really stupid, so pardon me if this question sounds dumb, but when we're talking about source material, is there a light novel or a novel before a visual novel? Or are visual novels sometimes the source material? Okay. Okay, thank God. I thought it was a retarded question, and I felt bad for a moment for myself. I think Overlord is directly from the light novel. I never thought about reading ahead in Overlord. I read ahead on Slime, and that one's a fun one to read ahead on. I read ahead on Oshinoko as well, the idol one. That one's getting a little weird though, honestly, where it's currently at. Freeren I read ahead on, yeah. I'm up to date on Freeren. I stopped watching the animation altogether. Mashal's a finished manga. I finished that a little while ago. Yeah, it is. Ever read Vagabond, one of the best of all time? Haven't heard of it. My Hero is really good right now. I wanted to get back into My Hero Academia, but I heard that there's a couple seasons in the middle that kind of really drag on and are kind of uninteresting. Which is a shame because I heard that the latest season was actually quite good on it. And really like exciting. And I went through that with Danmachi as well. Danmachi had a really boring season as well that actually just picked up a lot in its latest season. So it's kind of tough sometimes to watch that kind of stuff where it has like a boring season in the middle of the seasons. Unless you just straight up skip it, but at that point you're missing a lot of context and story, which is kind of rough. The thing with Danmachi is in the latest seasons, Bell actually like has a glow up and he's actually like a respectable character. Oh, I know another anime that's like that. ReZero, early seasons, Subaru, one of the worst pro tags, fucking awful, and then becomes Giga Chad by the later seasons. And the heroine is the same. Amelia, awful character, but becomes a great character by the latest season. So it's like trudging through the mud to get to the good stuff. Rem best waifu? Who? Another good watch that I think a lot of people skipped over that came out really recently is Undead Unluck. That is a very fun watch. Worth picking up as well if you haven't started it. It's got a lot of episodes already. I think it's 21 episodes in. Just caught up on the 21st episode just today. Solo leveling, I'm still behind an episode on, but I already read the whole thing, so.
I can't wait for Breaker release, Saint.
Dr. Gigi, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, I'm excited to see you guys get to play it. I was very happy with my decision to all in on Breaker. The class is really fucking fun. I heard that, Delta. I heard that Pluto was another really good series that went under the radar. I didn't get to watch it yet though. But yeah, I heard great stuff about Pluto. Oh, that's what I forgot to watch the next episode on, Ninja Kamui. That's another one that's going a lot of under a lot of radars as well. Ninja Kamui is a good one. That is a good action anime if you want something that it's John Wick but ninjas. The plot is the same as John Wick essentially, except ninjas. It's great. It's fucking awesome action. Balls to the wall action. Like Chainsaw Man or Jujutsu Kaisen? Any weeb experts in chat can recommend something like Chainsaw Man, Jujutsu Kaisen, Boku no Pico. Something that's classic shonen, that's not overpowered protagonist. Classic shonen without overpowered protagonist is like the recommendation then, but like what falls in that category? I've heard multiple people say now that Arcana is hella complicated. What would you rate Arcana in terms of difficulty? There's 2 types of difficulty in this game. There's execution difficulty, and there is I guess the gimmicks difficulty regarding a class. And if we're talking about like the execution of Arcana, it's very straightforward, as in like you know the buttons to press and it's not that complicated. You know what buttons you want to press, but the gimmick of Arcana is what makes it difficult, because you have these different tarot cards that do different things, and you might have to change up what you're doing based off, or what you want to cast based off of what cards you currently have. So it requires some decision making. Obviously there's certain cards where you don't have to make decision making. You can just use them as you get them, but there's definitely some times where you can optimize a notable amount of extra damage just by using your cards better, or holding them, or not blowing them right away, or saving them for the right moment. Joker card can throw something into the mix as well by duplicating. And when you're playing Arcana, you are always engaged with the class because you're always checking to see what cards you're getting. You're always glancing and looking and seeing if you need to make adjustments. And then you have something like Pistolier, where you're doing your taxes on the side while playing the class because it requires none of your attention while playing it. Like, that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like gimmick versus execution difficulty. An example of execution difficulty, on the other hand, is something like Berserker, Berserker is bound by an 8-second time window on all of his rotations every 15 seconds. And the actual like execution of this in real raid scenarios creates a pretty big variance in Berserker performance between high skill and low skill. Which can be a bit challenging on something that you would expect to be an ape of a class. Excavation minigame is harder than Pistolier. True. Not wrong. What the hell did you just put into my search history? Oh, you actually searched Boku no Pico? Skill issue. Yeah, execution difficulty can also include like positionals. So classes that have a difficult time landing positionals that can go under execution difficulty. Solfus, like EO Solfus, is kind of like of a mix because the gimmick behind your hype meter can pose a lot of problems if you're not able to acclimate to the different groups that you play in and the different contents that you play in. Strawberry, thank you for the 16 months. Longer, stronger version. Usually you'll take the faster version for Finish Strike because it constitutes less of your overall damage. I think with Mayhem it's more of a toss-up, but a lot of people use the fast version. For BT, you almost exclusively use the fast version for Finish Strike, since it makes up a smaller proportion of your damage due to Bloody Rush being in there. So Arcana cannot be played with your brain turned off is what I'm getting for your explanation. I think some people can get to the point where they can kind of pseudo turn it off, but I think they're always at least somewhat remotely engaged, especially if you're playing Empress. Emperor, I think you can be a little bit less engaged just because you are playing a mid-ranged class. Empress, on the other hand, isn't truly mid-range when you consider how frequently she has to get in the boss's ass for Secret Garden. A Dragon, thank you for the 4 months. But yeah, I mean, obviously, people who are super comfortable with Arcana can get pretty close to turning their brain off. But they always have to be at least somewhat engaged with the class. What do I want to do? I feel unbelievably lazy right now, but I guess today's a bit of a vacation week for me. Like, I've literally been doing 18 to 20 raids for I think 4 or 5 months straight now, every week. This week I get to just kick back and relax a little bit before starting up again next week. In your opinion, who do you think the best support is? On Prog, Artist Paladin. On Farm, Bard is my opinion on that. But it can change depending on what class you're playing. Some classes in general just prefer the timings of certain supports more than others. Like as a Breaker, like with Breaker and Sorceress, I generally will prefer Bard. But if I'm playing something that's more sustained damage, then I kind of like... It doesn't really matter what I'm playing with at that point. You did 21 mostly? No. Usually like 20 raids a week. I didn't do 21 except for the most recent week. Yeah, like hit masters will often want to play with paladin so that they don't have to stand in a specific spot for the buff. Well, honestly, we're saying it backwards. If you're a DPS, you just want to play with a support. You generally won't care about what kind of support it is. If you're a bard or an artist, you probably don't want to play with like a sorceress or a gunslinger or someone who's standing in Zimbabwe where you can't group up your buff. It's the other way around. It's supports who don't want to play with specific DPSs, not DPSs who don't want to play with specific supports outside of endless MP classes and artists. That's like the one exception to that. Have you played Elden Ring? I won't be touching Elden Ring for probably like 2 or 3 more months, and then I'll start my journey then in that game. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing a mana addiction class, then sure, artist is great then. I'm mainly talking about classes like Arcana or RG Nightmare, Sork that don't want to play with artist or summoner in their group. When it comes to Mayhem Zerk, do you care if you get into endless MP mana? It should be avoided because you can't really benefit much from endless mana on Mayhem Zerk. So essentially you're gaining very little, but you're giving up the raw damage of mana addiction. So generally speaking, as Mayhem Zerk, you try to avoid going into endless. You ever play Sekiro? Yeah, I did. And frankly, I'm a little sad that we can't get like a sequel to Sekiro, because Sekiro is such a good game. A Sekiro 2 would be fire. What about Ghost of Tsushima? Visually stunning game, but it felt a little shallow towards the end of the game. And it had more directive storytelling compared to From Software. In Artorio. Did you ever play Lies of P? No, that's on my backlog of games still. I don't even play From Software games, but I have favorite bosses from their games. Their boss designs are really iconic across their games, to be fair. I like what the Lies of P devs are doing. Neowiz. They're planning on making sequels to Lies of P from classic folk tales. Like, I heard that there's a lot of evidence at the end of Lies of P that points towards a sequel that takes place in the Alice in Wonderland setting. Yeah. Like, apparently the game is set up that it goes from Pinocchio to Alice in Wonderland next. Favorite boss fight from Sekiro? The monkey is really good because the monkey gets everybody with the great debate. The monkey's a really good fight. I don't think I fought the Demon of Hatred because the Demon of Hatred was optional, wasn't it? Yeah, I think I missed it in my playthrough altogether. You know what? No. I think the best fights in Sekiro were the rematch against Genichiro and Ishin's fight, but not where you fight Owl, the one out in the grasslands. Those two fights are fucking iconic beyond belief. Like, this shit looks so cool. This is modded, though. This Ishin is modded. Miso, thank you for the raid. Is it Ongball? Yes, it is. Welcome, Raiders. We're checking out one of the fights from the From Software game Sekiro. Yeah, that guy's crazy. His YouTube, he does so many challenge runs of those types of games. This looks so good without the UI elements. Oh, Misa, I just want you to know, whatever you're doing on YouTube, it's working because your videos are coming up a lot in the algorithm for me on my homepage. Hello, Raiders. Hello. This fight is just so fucking... It took me forever to kill this guy the first time, too. God damn, that's so fucking cool. Is there a boss in this game similar to the one for Shangri-La Frontier? I mean, this would be the closest thing to that for sure. If you're trying to compare against that. Good night, Misa. Thank you again for the raid on the way out. Chat, make sure to drop Miso a follow if you haven't already. I think our Western creators do not in general get enough love from our Twitch audience, and I could definitely tell, I've had very little interaction with Miso, very hardworking person, and again, I can tell because the goddamn videos keep popping up on my YouTube homepage. If that's enough evidence for me. Fuck, this ending is just so goddamn scenic. This whole thing, this last sequence in here, just in general, is so sick. It's like a goddamn movie. What insane gameplay in general. That's this video. I'm a gunslinger at 1630 with 2 pieces at 21. Do I need to keep going on armor for defense gate, or can I focus on other things for now? You can focus on other things now. I think the only classes in general that should even remotely ever consider or worry about defense gate in these upcoming later raids, like Thaymine specifically, are the particularly squishy ones. Things like Reaper and Gunslinger, Scouter. That's just something to think about. But exceeding the defense gate and in general having defense, you're only gonna really notice it in gate 4. Gate 3, you're not gonna notice it. And the reason for that is because in gate 3 of Thaymine, the attacks are intended to be dodged. You're supposed to dodge the attacks in gate 3. They do insane damage, and in many cases, they can kill you from 100 to 0 in gate 3. And so it's intended that you dodge everything, and the game punishes you in gate 3 for surviving it by the 3-minute stacking 20% increased damage taken debuff. That's uncleansable. And so if you survive it the first time, you might not survive it the second time. If you survive it the second time, you're almost definitely not going to survive it the third time while that debuff is in play. So gate 3, having defense or not, doesn't really matter because you're supposed to dodge everything. That's the point of gate 3. Gate 4, on the other hand, the attacks are really multi-layered and complicated for the normal patterns, and it's very difficult to dodge everything. And if you're dodging everything, you're also going to end up sacrificing a shit ton of damage in the process. And so having extra defense can be very helpful in gate 4 because you're going to be soaking quite a few attacks along the way. Fortunately, there's a checkpoint. The first time you complete gate 4, the whole gate 4 duration is just under 27 minutes long. It's a really long fight. But at about the 17 to 18 minute mark, you get a battle item refresh. All your battle items will be restored back to max at a checkpoint. You won't start from that checkpoint if you fail, but you get the battle item refresh and the awakening refresh.
Cat serving 30 years in prison for first degree arson.
Spooky Jordan, thank you for the 20 months. But even with that battle item refresh, you can run out of potions because it hurts. You take one hit and you're gonna probably want to pot up. Because one hit might bring you down from 200,000 HP down to like 80,000 HP, and you know that you're basically put in lethal range. You can change them. You can change them. So, for example, it's possible to use Atro in Gate 1 and then use Time Stop in Gate 2 for the domain expansion mech, for example. But if you're planning on going for the first, the battle item refresh and the checkpoint is not there. So you have to do the full 27-minute fight with only the initial set of battle items you walk in with. And so, again, that's where having like extra defense can come in handy because you can be a bit more conservative and rely a little bit more on your supporter to provide you heals along the way. But even in Gate 4, there are some situations where you can get one shot. There are a couple of attacks that do lethal damage to the squishier classes in the game. especially towards the end of the first part of Gate 4, where the boss has his crit buff, where he can randomly do double damage against you. Just randomly. It's him getting a crit against you. And then it'll turn like a 110,000 damage hit into like a 220,000 damage hit, basically. And so, like, having that defense is like the difference between surviving or not sometimes. And for that, to that end, that's why a lot of people run Ether Predator, or they'll take the physical damage reduction unique option on their chest elixir, because that option is 16% roughly DR against physical attacks, and most of Thaymine's damage is physical damage for the most part. So it's very effective against him. It's better than the general purpose 10% reduction line. Will we need to clear your hard mode gate 1 to 3 to access the first? No, you'll have to clear gate 1 to 4 to access the first. The first is locked out until you clear gate 4 at least once. Still boring here? Yes. For Thaymine, yeah, just in general, the physical damage reduction line tends to be better. Magical attacks tend to hurt really a lot. Like, a lot of the really lethal stuff in Lost Ark is magic damage, but most damage incoming in general is physical damage. So if you're just getting whittled down, having the physical DR tends to be better. I thought the first didn't require hard clear. It does require hard clear as of Russia. In Korea, it does not, but the Russian version requires you to clear gate 4 before you can go into the first. And that is most likely going to be the case for you guys as well. But if you can't clear hard mode, then you can't clear the first, if you lack the ability to do so. How much difference is there between hard and the first? Gate 3 has quite a bit of a difference between hard mode and the first. Whether it's gate 3 or gate 4, there's like a 25% damage HP increase in the first, so the boss has significantly more HP. But in gate 4, mechanically, it's very similar. The mechanics are almost identical between hard mode and the first. What is the first? It's an event mode for the Thaymine raid, which is the original unnerfed values of his HP and mechanics. So before nerfs were applied to him. It's an event difficulty that stays for 6 months and then is taken out of the game. It's an idiotic way to say hell mode. That is not hell mode. No, hell mode is something different. The first is not hell mode. Thaymine will have a different hell mode later on down the line, so don't call it hell mode, because they're not the same. Yeah. For us in Korea, the first difficulty will be removed in the April update. So if people haven't completed it by then they can't get those rewards anymore. Can you do the first with more gear? Yeah. That's like the point, is that it's unequalized. So even if you have difficulty meeting DPS check for it initially, a few months after it comes out, you should have no problem meeting the DPS check for it, because you'll have Transcendence. And then that'll turn the DPS check into a joke, even on item level. A person who's at 1630 with full Transcendence is as powerful as someone who is 1650 without it, more or less. You have a friend in the first clear party? I know most of them, or I've played with most of them in the past. I've played with Jack, I've played with Huni, I've played with the Bard and the Blade as well. and Gavi, the paladin. Both supports I've played with in the past. They're all nice people. I enjoy playing with all of them. How long would you say it takes to finish the first with guides and so on? If there were no Esther, do you think they would have cleared first? I don't know if they would have cleared first without Esther, because the second party was also really good. It's kind of hard to tell if it would have been them or the other party, but the other party was stuck on a mech that was kind of resolved by the first party. And then once the first party released their video showing how they did it, the second party was able to clear not long afterwards. Memo said that if you clear hard mode G4, then you will clear in the first few hours. That's not true. I don't know where Memo is coming up with that, but it's quite a difficulty jump from... I mean, you also have to keep in mind that in the case of Memo and really most people, they cleared the first with Transcendence. If you do clear hard mode in early Transcendence stages, then you're going to find the first to be very challenging in terms of DPS check. Or you can find it very challenging if your party is like on item level. Is the time slot mech really resolved by only TS? Any sort of DR you will survive. If your class has any form of DR or shielding, you can survive with it. It'll bring you down to really low HP. Domain expansion slash does 144% of max HP and damage if you get hit by it. So you just need to bring it down with enough DR so that instead of 144%, it's less than 100%, you know? So almost any class that has any form of DR can live through it. Is that the proper way to resolve it? You can space bar it if you space at the exact moment the boss locks on you. Or target locks onto you. If you have enough distance and you have really, really good reaction time, you can spacebar it. Can the slash mech be completely avoided in G4? No. You'll always see the mech at least twice. If you're lucky, it'll never target you, though. It's possible to go through the entire fight without the boss ever targeting you with domain expansion. Like, it just targets your other teammates, because it targets 4 people each time at random. They're required to have full 21 armors. Is there a defense penalty? There is. All content in Lost Ark has the defense gate. There's no exception to that. Especially if we're not talking about the first, because everyone has to prog through hard mode first before they can even go to the first. You will not have trouble with DPS. The only way that you can have trouble with DPS is if people die, and then you have to make up for the DPS. Like, Russia as a region has not cleared Thamine yet, and they're in their second week. It's been a week and a half for them, and they don't have a single clear in hard mode, the nerf version, yet in their region. By now, your region will, because you just have so many more players, and you'll be more prepared than them. But they're not struggling on DPS at all. If you watch them, the rate at which they're getting to mechs is perfectly clear speed. But they're dying. And as soon as one person dies, that's when DPS starts to get like kind of hard. Remember that dying in Lost Ark has multiple disadvantages. Not only does your teammate dying mean that you have to do more DPS to make up for them, but that's one less person to scapegoat the boss's aggro. Do you understand what I'm getting at? When you have 8 people, there's so many other people for the boss to target that aren't you. If the boss is targeting you more frequently, that's DPS loss. It's also less synergy, and synergy is really underrated. The amount of damage that synergy provides is very significant, especially like if you lose both the synergies in your party, you're missing now more than 10% of your damage. In some cases, upwards of almost 20% of your damage is gone now. So, I watched a lot of the Russian prog groups, and when I was watching them, their DPS pace looked fine, more than fine, comfortable fine, but they kept having people die, and it's just hard to clear it when you're dying. And that's kind of like weird because like at this point, like more than a week into prog, in any raid before this, you know, you haven't mastered where people aren't really dying anymore, but it's just Thaymine is normal pattern heavy, and normal patterns is just something different for people to adapt to. It's like if you gatekept people by asking them to finish Dark Souls before you accept them into your party. Make that like a gatekeep criteria. Hey, have you finished Dark Souls? Oh, you're good at pattern recognition then. You're in. Link Steam achievement. Link PlayStation trophies. How much progress can you get reliably in the first week with Transcendence? Basically nothing. In your first week of Transcendence, you're going to get less than 1% damage increase from the system. By the second week, that's when you're going to start getting some percents of damage. And then after that, it's a few weeks again until you get any damage from the system again. I will tell you this much though. After seeing so many parties and being in so many parties and watching so much prog and everything with Thaymine, there's one absolute certainty at this point that I know, and that is everyone can learn the patterns and everyone can clear. And so the hardest part at that point is finding 7 people that you can trust and that will stick together and that you don't have to replace. Any group that stays together long enough is guaranteed to clear the first with enough time. I'm so certain of this. It's just a time thing. And some groups will need days and some groups might need a couple months of practice, but they will eventually do it. Just need 20 years. You get 6 months. Is the first harder than your initial Hell Brel prog? It's a bit disingenuous, I think, to compare the two. If you ask anyone who has Deathless Brel and anyone who has both Deathless Brel and Eclipse, they will tell you that Deathless Brel is a harder achievement because it doesn't get easier with time. But Thaymine is a new raid with new patterns. At least with Brel, you already know what the patterns kind of are before you see them because you played normal Brel and hard Brel. So when you go to Hell Brel, a lot of them are familiar already, which removes a shit ton of the prog time. So, a little disingenuous. What about Deathless the First, though? There's no achievement for that or reward for that. And also, for what it's worth, if you are doing the first, it's probably going to be Deathless anyways, because if people die, you're probably not clearing it. Because of lack of DPS. At least not initially anyways. I'm guessing Thaymine Hell mode will only be G4. I'm sure it'll be G3, G4. Alphys first clear Echidna said Eclipse is harder for him. That's almost weird to me. The reason why I say that Deathless Brel or Hell Brel in general is harder is because it feels like with Brel, there's a higher likelihood of bullshit happening. Of something that requires some... Sometimes in raids, some bullshit can occur and it narrows your opportunities or your options on how to approach the situation without dying. Like a certain overlap that just seems really unfair. And it's like, okay, instead of all these things, I can only do this, this, and this to survive. Like time stop is your last ditch thing that you can do to survive. And the reason why I feel that Thaymine is a bit easier in that regard is Thaymine is a very fair raid. It's way better designed than Brel. When you die in Thaymine, you know why you died. It wasn't an unfair death. It's like you think to yourself, fuck, that was like an actual skill issue. Like bad positioning or something like that. You'll know why you died in Thaymine. Brel, it's like sometimes some real dumb fucking shit can happen. And you're like, that wasn't on me. That was just so lame. Like the fucking universe is out to get me. I think I judge difficulty in raids by if I'm nervous or not going into them. When I go into Thaymine, I'm never nervous anymore. G3, G4, it's just like pretty relaxing. Hell Brel, if I'm going for Deathless, by the time I'm G6, sometimes it can get pretty nerve-wracking towards the end. You're very wary, you're on edge, you're tense, you're like, fuck, what is she gonna do next? Is it gonna be an overlap? That kind of bullshit. And I guess that's the difference for me when I think of difficulty over a long period of time. Brel Hell was so easy for me. I know, Memo. You are the greatest, Memo. Ah, what is this fucking... Oh. Why is this website so bright? Ah, fuck.
Wait, I don't see... Bro! Bro, what is this? Eat my nut and dick at the same time! Yo, clip it! Clip it and ship it! What is this?
That's a skill issue, Memo. Jesus. It didn't target him. He lucked out and it didn't target him. That last sentence is pretty unhinged. Lizone. Lizone. No, I believe the first sentence from Memo. I believe it. That's pretty reasonable. Are you sure these LA dramas are something that I know about? I thought Saint said I'm completely uninvolved. You are completely uninvolved. I don't know what Tofu's trying to pull here. I think he's starting something with you. And I think this is because, you know, Harununa complimented Tofu at some point. And now Memo is exacting his revenge. Wait, this is a cute dog chat. Oh shit. Show me your breaker, please. Sure. Where's my full playlist? Ugh. I'm trying not to raid right now. My body says that I want to raid, but I'm trying to just like kick back and relax for this week. Will you ever get a tattoo? No, my stepdad has a bunch of sick tattoos, but he said don't get a tattoo because it's gonna look like shit when you're older. He says he doesn't regret it, but he doesn't recommend it because he knows what's like waiting for him later down the line. A small tattoo? I feel like I don't like anything or I'm passionate enough about anything in particular to get a tattoo. What is this music? Oh, Polyphia? I started listening to a lot of their music lately and watching a lot of YouTube videos of Tim and his boys. Fun fact, you look like shit when you're old anyways. Not wrong, actually. That is true. Yeah, I could get a tattoo, the yawn emoji. Yeah, they're pretty fucking sick.
Alrighty, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Though a lot of people don't like them because they think that their style of music is too outlandish.
Judging and fuck. How did we start it last time? Hello, everybody, and welcome to our video about us watching and judging everybody's cover contest submissions. And we hope.
I think they're fucking sick though.
You listen to him, Scotty. Just shaking his head. Oh boy. Oh god.
Hey guys, we're gonna watch and judge all of your covers. Thank you so much for submitting. There's a million here, so let's get right into it.
Oh, also the winner, the winner, first place winner of this competition will win the one and only TOD10 and
this thing. You might win it. Good luck to you all, and may God help us all.
As we're on the left, that's Tim.
Erotica, okay.
Ooh, got the harmonies in there.
Ooh, with the extra arms.
It sounds cooler like that. We have to do it like that.
Oh yeah, we're gonna start playing it like that.
You see the Guzeng cover of this? I haven't, no. Does it ever get boring playing
Sick
Shura
cover,
Breaker?
dude. That last part.
I don't think
not
so.
easy,
I think it's
and,
always
nailed
exciting to
so
play it,
work there.
at least compared to other classes. This guy's cover is so sick of playing God. This guy's fucking insane.
Bro, he got the backbeat in there. And the chords.
Oh, he's gonna come back in hard. Oh.
I love that he's like hitting the kick and the snare.
He's got us head bobbing to our own song.
Dude, clean. Oh, and he's harmonicking this part. It's cooler. It's cooler than the original.
Dude, the bass notes in there with it.
I know.
Rules. That's so cool.
That's so crazy to be able to do the other beats
that's
at the same time while playing the guitar.
The chord melody is next level.
Whoa. I did not see this.
Oh, he did the drum solo, dude.
Motherfucker's snapping, dude. Look at him move his hair around. This part is already fucked up. I can't imagine hitting the fucking backbeat with it.
And the whistles, dude.
Yeah, that's so
And the
fucking
wave.
sick.
That was a slapperino.
Yeah, playing God is such a
That
sick
was
beat.
tasty, that little muted part.
Which skin you use
Man,
for your
I'm gonna have to
breaker?
cover his cover.
One of them's a summer skin.
Alright, so this is the E.
That's kind of cool
He's just
too.
waiting for
Being
it.
able to arrange that is so sick.
No.
That's so creative.
Who's whistling? Him?
The end?
He's
I
got
can't-
such a
I
great
can't even whistle.
understanding of harmony, dude. Like, just to be able to fucking do that is crazy. Alright, Foxley.
Piano.
Foxley always
Oh
does
my.
her own renditions of these, so expect it to sound fresh and new.
Oh, dude, remember that you will cry.
Dude, how beautiful
Is she
this
playing?
bro?
Is she playing the piano in a fucking pure white room?
The way that the
Yeah,
piano
reflection.
reflection goes,
Man.
it's gorgeous.
That one right there, dude.
Oh, it could just be a backdrop.
Ooh.
It actually does look sick with the reflection against the piano.
Oh, these chords, man.
Ah, there's the hopeful one.
Oh, bro. She made it so musical.
Ah, dude.
It was just a fucking rage beat, and then she turned it into a fucking composed piece of music.
Absolutely
Thank you,
fantastic.
Foxley.
All right.
Wait, this is kind of sick. It's like a marching band instrument, but that sounds crazy.
It's a flugelhorn.
What is a flugelhorn? Wait, what the fuck is a flugelhorn? That sound. The flugelhorn sounds like a. That sounds like a Monster Hunter weapon.
Oh, dude.
Whoa!
Holy.
He's fucking
Oh
multi
my
voicing
God.
it, dude.
Yeah, that's a peepo sax for sure. God, dude,
that's
people who
awesome.
play instruments, I'm so envious of their talent and skill.
That was fucking
God,
sick.
yeah, very creative.
Yeah, seeing all these covers is pretty fucking cool. But yeah, I've been listening to the music a bit. It's been kind of nice. It's never too late. No, I'm a lazy piece of shit, chat. It's too late for me. I should do Voldus because I'm still trying to optimize my breakers elixirs with Voldus. So I guess I'll find a group to do this real quick, then I'll switch over to Final Fantasy for the rest of the stream. Quick Voldus run, see if I can find a really strong party. Voldus is pretty fucked up because it's still in the weekly rotation of raids for endgame players. So if you're like not an endgame player and you're 1620, you're being pooled with people that are all the way up to 1670. After Behemoth comes up, I actually think that Voldus will become way better for Party Finder because the people that are endgame won't be doing it anymore. They're going to be doing Thamine, Echidna, Behemoth as their 3 raids. Doing it for pet drops. I don't think anyone cares enough about the pets to do that. It's max level in KR 1670 or 75 if you have sidereal weapon. Ooh, you got the Afro pet? I'm jealous. You have that Afro pet from Voldus? I want that. Thanks, Connor. Wow, it's kind of interesting to see that there's still learning parties for Voldus. I mean, I guess it shouldn't be that surprising. There's still regular new people trying it, but it's kind of charming to see. Daymon's a demon, yeah. What am I looking at right now? What the fuck? Is she one of Echidna human? Yeah. Darkiel, he's human. How dead are early raids like Valton, Vicus? Valton, Vicus, Clown, Brel, Akan. Wow, there's a lot of parties up for a Monday night. It's already near the end of the week. Kind of surprising. Why do you say Voldus for Voldus dungeon, but not Algacia for the Algacia dungeon? I've never thought about that. I don't know. That's a good question. I shouldn't think about this too much. I think I should just join a convenient party and then just go quickly. But the greedy part of me just wants to quickly find something that has a gun lancer or a blade in it. Maybe I'll just join this lone supporter. That should be okay. That should be... Yeah, why not? Unless I apply too late. Hopefully I didn't apply too late and I'm at the end of the application queue. Fuck. I did. Doom. That's why I feel like this game needs one more column, which is number of current applicants, but I guess that can't update live. I generally find it to be kind of bad to apply to groups that already have like a lot of applicants, because it's like, what's the point of applying? They're not even gonna get to my application at that point. Does the click and get tiring on Breaker? I don't think so. At least I didn't feel like it. I don't feel like it gets too tiring, but maybe some people might. But at that point, it's just like, at that point, it's just like a lot of people I think are just gonna macro it anyways. What is the least played class in KR? In general, I think it's Deadeye. But if we're talking about high level, it's currently Breaker, but that's only because he's the newest class. That'll probably change over time. No, Summoner's not that low in Korea. No, high item level, it's always the newest class because a lot of people can't afford to bring the newest class to the highest levels. But if we're talking about like high alt level, like 1600 to 1620, it's probably Deadeye. We can check on low it shows. It's just, you know, I'm in the middle of raiding. FF7. Where is she? Oh. God, that was kind of hard. I hate that first boss for Entropy. It's such a pain in the ass. That's why if they ever...
Sweet 19.
I have some serious skill issue when it comes to aiming with that camera. break. I'll just use normal skills. I don't know how that happened. They missed. I don't think it is. I think it's this one. Should be this one. Just kidding. I'm wrong. Well, now the phasing is going to be a little bit long. Oh, actually, no, they're all entropy anyways. Ooh. Getting hit by that's nice because that's a free stack. If you ever need a stack, just let him jump on you like that. And it's a free stack. A free one stack. Really easy to immune it as well. I think it would have been good to send there, but since the stagger is so close, I figured it better to just send it on the stagger at this point. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out timings, I guess. I think those timings were bad though, so I won't repeat that in future runs. Or at least I didn't feel good about those timings. Are you stopping mid-cycle or just capped attack speed makes you do second cycle? Oh, I'm stopping midway through. Yeah, that one wasn't as good. I gave up a lot of damage by doing one less cycle, I think. Oh well, I mean, you try it, you learn. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then don't do it anymore. It's better DPS that way. I explain it in my guide why it is. You're doing Behemoth 80k? Oh, wait. I only bring glowing destruction for gate 3. I think that's the only raid in the entire game where I use glowing destructions anymore. Fuck.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you.
I was a little late on that.
Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true.
Ah! I saw the space bar and I still got grabbed. Fuck you! That is definitely not a mech that is very ping friendly, I must say. If this was a good run, I would have used it before then. 1, 1, 2, 2, because this is all meter gain. 3, 3. doing a normal sequence at the end because I know I'm never gonna get those last hits anyways if I'm playing with a high gear group. That's kind of just me not thinking, even though I've seen it happen like every run that I do now. Do you think Breaker is gonna get nerfed again? I think so, yes. I think if you look at Trixian only data, the class looks balanced, but if you look at it objectively from the format of a real raid scenario, Shura's ability to build meter during downtime mechs is too powerful. It means that he has less periods of time where he's supposed to be weaker than other classes, since he can just fill that downtime during where no one else can also hit the boss. Like, if you look at that Striker's Trixian from earlier, you would be like, oh, Breaker's balanced. Striker does the same damage as him. But in a real raid scenario, that wouldn't be the case. It can't be because of that mechanic of being able to build on air. Kingfist is really, really strong. It's only a little bit weaker than Shura, yet it has almost 100% practicality in a real raid setting. The only skill variance in Kingfists is the people who just do the auto follow-up a little bit better than others, since you have to land the auto follow-up to get the CDR. That's pretty much the only skill variance between Kingfist users. It won't be nerfed yet. They gotta sell class to West first. It could be nerfed and still sell the class to you. I mean, that literally happened to you guys with previous class releases, and they just released it to you in the unnerfed state. Even though you knew it was gonna get nerfed, you built it anyways. Didn't really matter because nerfs in this game are so small compared to other games. You think they'll buff Striker, or is it in a good spot? It's in a pretty good spot right now. The only thing that's annoying about Striker is having to play around, is like having to use Lazumar, and the class is essentially balanced around Lazumar, which kind of sucks. Having to charge LTS. Charging LTS doesn't really matter. Charge LTS. LTS is such a good skill in general. It has one of the fastest turning radiuses of any skill in the game that's charged, and also has high displacement with no damage loss. Players need nerfed for sure. I don't know, man. I still feel the same way about Blade as I did before. The skill ceiling is too high, and just doing blanket nerfs is punishing subpar or mediocre Blades in the game's community more than anything else. Oh, dude. Grats on your Darkness Legion Commander. Grats. Now you can join those parties that ask for it easily. He says latest video is Doom for Striker. Can you give us a bingo sheet when balance changes for next balance patch? If I remember later on. They could balance Shura. You build 50% less meter without hit and 50% more on hit. That's a pretty good idea. Honestly, less meter gain when not actually hitting the target.
Sane lurk hello.
is a generally good idea to nerf Shura in a fair way. It's a pretty good suggestion. How would you compare the difficulty of Hellbrella with Thaymine the First? I don't know, because different people are good at different things. I know some people that are extraordinarily good at like normal pattern recognition, and some people that are really good at solving gimmicks. Though I guess you don't really have to solve gimmicks, since the gimmick parts will be solved already for you, but I don't know. Some people just take more time to learn patterns than others. Like, everyone learns patterns eventually, but sometimes people need like a few dozen hours to really get comfortable with a fight. Some people can be comfortable in like 10 hours or less. And so it's very different for each person. It's like saying some people are naturally good at Dark Souls games and some people have a very difficult time with them. Just fail 24 out of 25 level 5 tripods with 20%. The math checks out. Yeah, that seems about right. 24 out of 25, that's like 20%, right? If you got infamous for its damage potential only on Thaymon and every content, it's pretty GG, especially on homework. Yes and no. It's just really hard to outgear content now at the current endgame meta. At the end of this month for Korea, we're gonna be in a period of time where there are 3 endgame raids: are Thaymine, Echidna, and Behemoth, and literally none of those 3 can get insta-blasted like mech to mech really anymore. I mean, Thaymine almost can if you're playing with like a full juiced out group, but he's still a threatening boss even then some. You know, it's not like where you guys are at, where we used to be at, where like your 16, 20 characters are still killing like K-angle for gold. And you go into K-angle and you fart once in the boss's direction and they fall over and die because you're so strong, you know? It's like, for the longest time in Lost Ark, only 1 raid remains relevant, which is the highest one. And then the previous 2, you farm them anyways for gold, but you're so strong at that point that it's like... Yeah, I'm not... It is both good and bad, and they actually addressed that in the last dev letter, where they're afraid that because Thaymine is still kind of a threatening raid, even as Behemoth is coming out, that they're scared that the raid fatigue will get too high and players will burn out if their weekly rotation of raids is Thaymine, Echidna, Behemoth, since none of them will be like super easy to clear. Later, dude. Congrats again on the title. And so I'm confused. They didn't nerf Thaymine, but nerfed Echidna. I think Thaymine is still a more iconic character. And they're the same item level raid between Echidna and Thaymine. So I think they want Thaymine to remain relevant for longer. At this point, have cleared and continue to clear Thaymine G4 every week, or do most just one run? I think a lot of people just do 1 to 3 and don't bother with 4 because, like, it's just a lot of work to get Gate 4 done. But there's a lot of people who do it as well because, you know, it is 20,000 gold from 1 gate. You know, it's not like it's an insignificant reward. 20,000 gold is pretty good, especially if you can find a decent party. Can you repeat what you just said about Blade earlier? I think that even though Blade still shows the highest damage potential of all the classes in the game, the skill ceiling is too high on it to just apply blanket nerfs. A mediocre Blade is not an overpowered Blade. That's why I don't really like the idea of them just applying a blanket nerf to it. Thought EO Sulfus still had the highest damage potential. They have a very high damage potential in general, but I think with EO Sulfus, without playing the class, and Sulfus out there, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it just depends on the fight. In some fights where they're allowed to recover their hype meter, they pop off ultra hard, and then in certain other fights, it's just whatever for them. Yeah, and your team as well. Not just the raid, but also your team. You know, if you're playing with other Giga Juicers, the boss might phase halfway into your Hype 3, and it's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do now? Now what? Would you say that Reaper is more versatile than Blade in most raids? Yes. I think among the untrippy classes, Reaper is probably one of the best on average in the current state of affairs. But I can't speak to Lunar and Hunger specifically, just that it's a very well-performing class. The damage is good and the people who play it are reliable. They're good people who play Reaper. Johnny, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that also sounds terrible. Let's say you're about to build Hype 3, but right before your Hype 3 is ready, the boss phases and fucks off for like 50 seconds, and you're like, wow, sure would have been nice to use my Hype 3 before this mechanic. Would you say Breaker is a hard class to main or play in general? No. King Fist is very low difficulty, and Shura Breaker is low to medium difficulty, just depending on your comfort with frontal attacks. But it's also like anyone should be able to play Shura Breaker without too much difficulty, even if you have no experience with frontal attack. It's just an initial learning curve. Unlike Destroyer and Gunlancer, you have a lot better mobility tools, and your normal skills are much faster than theirs. So your damage in and out is just like a lot better than theirs. They might be more durable classes, but you can get your damage off way easier than they can. Considering Reaper doesn't benefit the team other than damage, do you think the nerf was needed? I mean, their... wait, which nerf? I mean, their counter is just so fucking good. There's this one counter in Famine G56 that the only class that can reliably hit that counter every time is Reaper. No other class can reliably hit it. But Reaper can hit it 100% of the time, which is crazy. Apologies, I want to spam, but kind of interested in your take on my last question. Let me see it. If you had a say in the changes that Sorceress gets in a balance bash, what would be the ideal change for you? More meter gen, and change Doomsday that either the cast time is really fast or the fall speed is really fast. It needs one of those two things, preferably the cast time, because the fall speed taking time is kind of what lets us do arcane rupture cancels. Those two things alone would solve a lot of sorceress's problems. Extra meter gen wouldn't really increase her damage because she's already she's still bound by cooldown, and more Doomsday consistency will just raise the floor DPS of sorceress players. I don't really want the one meatball thing because I'm afraid that if you remove the second Doomsday, the class will become less engaging to play or won't be as fun to play. I kind of don't want it to be another Soul Eater or Punisher or King's Fist. Right. Because as we talked about before with Sorceress, Doomsday is the only spell in the entirety of Lost Ark that has both a charge time and a slow animation after the charge is complete. Other clunky skills that other classes have either have a fast charge time or no charge time at all, but they come out slow, or they have a charge time, but they come out fast. I guess Akir, kinda Akir. Perfect Swing comes out pretty fast, at least relative to the meatball. But like Akir's AoE is fucking enormous. Like for the people who don't play Summoner, if you ever see Akir, it's deceptive how big Akir is. Akir's model is like this big, but the actual area he hits is like this fucking big. Even as a summoner, it can shock you like how large Akir's AoE actually is. Do you think you guys will get a class balance patch this week? I don't know. Who knows? Akir's what skill? It's their highest costing identity skill. Tebo Teva. I want to main DB or Reaper where bosses rubbing their dick in the corner too much in my runs. Wouldn't that still be a problem if you play DB though? I mean, with Reaper, at least you could Nightmare into their butt. But with DB, you'd be suffering the same problem. Dude, the amount of times Echidna has pinned me against the wall with her enormous ass is insane in raids. Has led to so many problems in the past. Does Kingfist have any survivability skills like Shura does? No, but he's naturally a tanky class. Like his defense and HP coefficient is very slightly higher than Scrappers, I believe. And he's Hitmaster, and Hitmaster classes or non-positional, and non-positional classes by default have better survivability than positional classes. Just generally speaking. So being a tanky class that's also non-positional, I think you don't really have to worry most of the time. More than Igniter getting improved, I'd like a rework for Reflux. I want them to do something for Reflux like they did with Pistolier, where there's better interaction between the overall kit. It's the same thing that I also would like for TTH, even though I don't play Gunslinger. I feel bad for people who play TTH because it's literally just PM, but without some of your skills. You know? Yeah, imagine with reflux, like as you're casting your skills, you bank up damage in your X, and then when you use your X, if it passes through enemies, it detonates based off of the damage you stored up from skills beforehand. You become the meatball. You are the meatball, blasting through enemies. What if Reflux didn't have spacebar, but instead her blink becomes spacebar? Yeah, make Reflux disable the spacebar, and when you press spacebar, it just charges your identity. For your blinks. Hey, Tech. Sorry, I've got Final Fantasy brain. That's what Barrett does. I have to use overcharge, pressing the button, recharge, like reloads your gun. Hey, Fidgy, how's it going, man? How you doing? But you can't read binding mouse wheel to auto attack? No, the reason why is because some people on my chat have tried that before. Apparently, if you rebind your mouse scroll wheel in Lost Ark to another key, it doesn't lose the zoom in, zoom out function. So you'll still zoom in and zoom out regardless if it's rebound. And that apparently is quite bad. Isn't it impossible to unbind it from files? I'm the wrong person to ask about this, chat. You guys know I do everything old school.